Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show, the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, May the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. Anybody on YouTube, if you could do the same, that'd be great. Just want to know if you guys can hear me and see my screen. All right, guys. So what is happening this morning? First of all, the trade of the week is MARA, M-A-R-A. Suggested entry has not triggered. Of course, we don't count the pre-market anyway, but the suggested entry is 2175. Of course, it is a pure Bitcoin play now. So as Bitcoin goes, so will MARA. Thank you, Raul and retired Fido in our YouTube room. Penny play, yes. STSS sub $1. STSS sub $1 over the 200-day moving average. I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. I can't see any specific news. I'm scouring some headlines. Yeah, I do not see any specific news for it. Low float probably. Actually, it's low, but it's not crazy low. INSM. There is one that it looks like it's almost like a buyout right now, the way it's trading. It is not. This is a late stage study. Their lung disease drug succeeds in late days study or late stage study. So big news for this company. Big gap up, 127%. Huge float, 147 million in the float. That's a massive move with that float. So we'll have to see once this market opens, and it got as high as 66 in the pre-market. Okay, GME guys. Yeah, I had an alert set for GME. So this is now taking out. Now it did in the pre-market. It did take out the high of last week. But it's, the high last week was 2340. So it's a little bit above that now. It did take that out in the pre-market. It pulled back down below it. So GME on the move, guys. Not that many shares. 297,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers now to short. It's down from 1 million at some point last week. This OCLO has been a big mover, guys. OKLO. I've seen it first of all, it was an IPO a couple of weeks ago, I guess. Either an IPO or a SPAC turned into an IPO. Got as high as, that's right. It was a SPAC. This is the AI guy, the open AI guy, Sam Altman. That was his SPAC, turned into OKLO. Where's that Poe? We didn't realize that Poe had his own AI company, POAI. So this got up to 280 in the pre-market. See if there's any news. Yeah, there is some news. Announces result from ovarian cancer study. Okay, so there is some news with this company, POAI. And this is a very low float, 3.9 million in the float. As opposed to another AI company, MRAI, which says their news was that they are going to not have a NASDAQ hearing. Company announced, oops, wrong one. Its intention to withdraw from the NASDAQ hearing process for whatever reason. So that is thumped this stock this morning. That could be a precursor to a delisting. Boy, Steve's SMR from a couple of weeks away, I think. This was the trade of the week a couple of weeks ago, I do believe. And this has been a nice March since then. I had that short seller iceberg come in one day and kind of flatten the stock. It recovered nicely last week. High up here is 1124, so it's got room to run on the weekly chart anyway. Cort, C-O-R-T, C-O-R-T. This is a gap up on phase 3 news, actually, guys. This is phase 3. Met its primary endpoint. So this is phase 3. Another bio on the move, guys. AGIO, AGIO. Yeah, so this is one, they've got a $950 million deal with Royalty Pharma. If if they get FDA approval, okay? If. So obviously they don't have FDA approval yet, and maybe never. I mean, we don't know. But if they do get it, they get $950 million upfront payment. Wow. And that is, let's take a look at the to RPRX is the other company involved. RPRX. Let's take a look if they're doing anything. Interesting. Not much. DraftKings, guys. DraftKings got hit a little bit here. Where are you? There's DraftKings. So I guess the state of Illinois has decided to raise the taxes on, I guess, betting. That's one reason. The other reason could be they need to buy some company. I think they have a 15% ownership in this company. I want to call them Small Bet. But anyway, I guess this is the major news, though. FanDuel, Illinois looks to raise the sports betting tax. Now, their analysts are still pretty positive about DraftKings. $60 price target by Needham. Oppenheimer, the same one, $60 price target. Deutsche Bank, well, they got a $35 price target. Only if the drug gets approved, Grumpy. Only if the drug gets approved. All right, guys. GME on the move here, guys. GME is on the move. Pre-market high was looks like around 24.36 or so. I'm gonna stick an alert up there and see if it takes it out. Now, of course, nobody's suggesting it's going to get back up to this 65 level, but that is the next high on the weekly chart. Now, that SWIN was active briefly. SWIN. This was active briefly. It got up over $5, pulled back down. Don't know if there's any, probably no news. Actually, there was some news. Enters into a strategic partnership with My Capital to expand virtual asset allocation opportunities. I did see that JAG-X had a pop up and a pullback again, 519. It got all the way back down to 471. They did have some news, positive results. Just don't trust them at all. Trusting them meaning holding their gains. Now, the SPY, so far, we've got a mildly positive open for the SPY, mildly positive. There was the close on Friday up here. So a little bit above that close now. Guys have been talking about VSTM. I don't see it anymore here. Or where is it? Oh, way down here. So it must have pulled all the way back. VSTM. Actually, not that bad. It's up 9%. Got up to almost $5. Pulled back down to 450. This ZIM has been on a tear for several weeks now. This is so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 last week. So 5 weeks it's been on a tear from $10 to 21.80. This hasn't had a big move yet, but FUTU, it's had a nice recovery. FUTU is an earnings play, actually. FUTU, China. FUTU is an earnings play. So it's had a decent recovery from 71.55. Actually, that's pretty decent. $5 recovery from the low in the pre-market. It's actually now positive. FUTU. Morgan upgrades it to overweight on strong client growth. I wonder if they have a price target. Yeah, raising the price target to 92 from 62. So Morgan, JP Morgan, not Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan. Okay, thank you, Draw. So Michael asked a question in our YouTube room. That news window, is it part of the Trade Ideas package or is it an external program? So yeah, I mean it's external in that it's from my broker, Interactive Brokers, Michael. I use that for my more recent news. Okay, Trade Ideas may have the news also. I use Trade Ideas news for more things that happened in the past. But yeah, this is from Interactive Brokers. So if you've got Interactive Brokers, it's a great little news source that they've got. But I can't believe that most brokers don't have something like that. Okay, guys, I'm hearing XCUR, penny play, sub penny play, well, sub penny, sub $1 play, XCUR, making a move here through the 200-day moving average. Low float, 7.8 million in the float. I forgot to mention this one, guys. NNOX. I just scrolled it down at the very end. NNOX is an earnings play. So what would be interesting about this? Well, look at the potential gap down. I mean, if it takes out $8, that's at 810 right now. If you look left on the weekly chart, the next low is around 584 or so. So you can see if it can take out $8. In fact, I'm just going to stick an alert. The low right there is actually $8. So I'm going to stick an alert just underneath, say 787, 792 or so. I want to see if this takes this out. This is an earnings play. There are shares available. Interactive Brokers, 177,000. So this could be a short later on. Israeli stock. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors. So I'm going to get to my sector status. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, 95% in green. That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And there's no real outlier. I do see BKR is down a little. What? Wait a minute. Is that 4%? No. So really what I'm looking for, I know I say this every time, but just looking for maybe an outlier. So some stock, that is really running counter to a sector in a big way. Don't see any. Now look at silver, guys. SLV. So here are some of the ETFs that are moving in the pre-market. Look at silver. I did see that PAAS. I did see that PAAS is on the move. And here's the solar ETF. So the solars must be somewhat on the move. Let's take a look at First Solar, just as a proxy for the solars, FSLR. Yeah, up a little bit, but definitely silver. I don't see gold. Well, gold is up 1%, but silver definitely is leading. SLV, big pop for silver. UBS raises silver price forecast. Here is the new target. 29.26. No, I don't see the target. I'd have to read the full article. I'm not going to. And copper, man, oh man. Take a look at COPX. COPX. Yeah, I mean, copper, there it is right there. In fact, what a run copper has been on. Let's get to a daily chart on copper or a weekly. Yeah, look at the weekly 34 to 50. Man, for a boring old copper. Okay, guys, let me get rid of this. So this appears to be the last day of the promo, guys. The annual, to get an annual subscription for 28% off. Like, they better make sure of that. Yeah. Okay. So there's still time, guys. You want to take on an annual subscription, you get 28% off. I'm going to put that up later on. Well, what is the cost? Okay, let me bring it up again. What time is it now? 9:19. I've got time, so let me bring it up again. All right, so an standard subscription annual would be 768. Okay, 1068 less the 28%. Okay, so it'd be 769, and the premium subscription would be 1537. So 2136 minus the 600, 1537 on an annual basis. Okay. I have to do, to find it, to see it again, just click on my homepage link and click the gain access on either one of these. Put in the annual 28 and you'll see what the price is. And when you put it in, you see what the price is. You have not taken out a subscription yet. Okay, but you can see what the price is. Now, before you do that, though, I mean, you got to make sure you want the program. Okay, don't go to an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want. You can always take out a monthly to start off and see if you like the program. You'll get 15% off. All right, so I have a question in our YouTube room. I I'll just have to use your last part of your name. Okay, I don't want to butcher your name. So Pasha one. So what you're seeing here, if you can see my screen, this will get you started. Okay, because this is showing you, because the question is, how can I see stocks to play for day trading? I mean, whether these turn out to be, but these are the ones that are moving right now in the pre-market. Okay, so time is right now 9:21, so I have time. I'm going to put my homepage link in. Okay, so if you can see my screen, but if even if you can't see my screen, I have typed in my or giving you the link to my homepage. If you click on my homepage, then you scroll down until that center section are my scans. So if you click here, okay, you see what you see what I did though? Right above you. How you got to this screen right there, okay? Just click on that link. Okay? Click on that link and then you'll be brought to my homepage. Right at the top, scroll down until you see my scans. Here are my scans. This is what you see right now, the pre-market actives up and down. Now, if you can't see my screen for some reason, well, pre-market actives up and down, these are the ones that are moving right now. Now, whether or not once the market opens, they're going to continue to move in the direction you want. I mean, we don't know that. But if you're looking for the active stocks right now, this screen that you see here, if you can see it, and this is for everybody, you'll see once I have my layout that I use in the pre-market, you will see that I have a very similar screen like this displayed all day. And these will be the ones that are moving on the way up, or these are the ones that have had the biggest percentage gains. Okay, and you'll see once I get my layout that I use once the market opens. Okay, but I do have other scans that I am sharing. But right now, if you just want to see the ones that are moving in the pre-market, either up or down, this is what I use. Hopefully you can see my screen, Asha one. All right, guys, 9:24. So what I'm going to do now, though, is I'm going to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. I'm going to get this one up and running. Okay, guys, so this is what I use once the market opens. Just give me a moment as I so you can see this blue screen. Whoops, this is from this is not time frame live always. Okay, so you can see that this is very similar to what you saw in the other green screen that I had. The pre-market actors up. Okay, this is very similar. And this is what I'll display all day long. So these are the stocks that are up the most. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade, of course. But if you're looking for the stocks that are active right now, and if you just follow this screen, these are the ones that are active right now. Now, how you trade them, if you trade them, of course, it's got to be up to you. These are not, these are not like an alert where you just take a look at the symbol and just take the trade. You have to have some idea how to trade. And now the other thing is, if you have our premium service, this is all I would do, okay, or all I would look at. This is if I whoops, let me get this down just a little bit. Okay, so if you click on new, and then there are three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one. Pick the middle one, okay? Premium AI strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. In my opinion, this is all you should look at. If you go to if you go to the channel, the actual channel, I mean, you can, but there's so much information coming at you. In my opinion, this is really all you need. Just watch this screen all day long. Notice that it's blank. You will not, the AI does not generate any alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest. The other thing I would do is, if you can see the filter box, I would, if you have anything checked, if it doesn't say none, I would hit that little down arrow and I would uncheck. Probably it says profitable trades. I would uncheck it just so that it says none. In my opinion, again, I would want to see the trade. I would want to see the alerts all day long, whether they're profitable or not. Sometimes, the AI has an alert, and maybe it's a little early. Maybe the stock drops. Maybe, in fact, it sets up even better at a lower price. Maybe hits a moving average that you like, maybe the VWAP or something. Okay, so I would absolutely want to see this the alerts all day long. So, Liz, there is not okay. You're talking about this. This is called relative strength leaders. Okay, so excuse me. If again, if you click on my homepage link. So again, click on my homepage link and then scroll down. Okay, scroll down to the middle section, and then this is it right here. Okay, it is called relative strength leaders. This is it here. I've abbreviated it, but it's the same. It says relative strength leaders from the close percent. This is exactly the same. Okay, but I am sharing other scans, but I'll get into that a little bit later. If all you're interested in seeing the ones that are up the most, that are, call them in play, then this is a great screen to watch all day. So, Pasha One, you have to be a premium you have to have our premium subscription. I don't know if you do or not. You say a new premium subscriber. Okay, it says you are, and you for sure premium. Okay, I can't help you, but I will direct you. What time is it now? Yes, people are there. Wow, market's going to open in less than a minute. So go to our homepage. I'll give you the homepage. Actually, if you click on my homepage link again. Okay, click on my homepage link again and see where it says need help. Click on the need help. Click on the ask, and then click on the chat. And give them your email address. It's possible that you haven't filled out maybe your exchange agreements or something like that. I don't know. Okay, I can't see your account, but just do this. Give them your email address so they can take a look at your account and just say, hey, I don't seem to have access to the AI. Okay. So again, click. All right, guys, we're now open for business, and I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay. I try to let things, excuse me, I try to let things settle down just a little bit. All right, now this swing, guys, now very risky, okay, but you can kind of see if it gets over five again. It got up to 510 in the pre-market, very risky. I mean, last week on Thursday, it got up to 43. Okay, now there's the NNOX. It might be a little too early for me to do this, but there's the NNOX. It's an earnings play. It's gapping down. And I didn't see this. So there is the 200-day moving average. So it would really have to take that out also. Okay, the 200-day moving average is at 773. Now, if it takes that out, the next low looking left on a weekly chart is 583. And we have our first halt of the week, guys. APDN just got halted. Oh, on the way down. Okay. APDN got halted on the way down. All right, guys. Now I am experimenting with. Oh, look at OKLO, guys. OKLO. OKLO on the move. Ooh, and DraftKings on the move down, but DraftKings on the move down. Now it did get down to in the pre-market 37. Okay, so that might hold it. That might hold it. And you can see exactly why I don't like trading in the first 15. Look at OKLO and GME. Let's take a look at GME. Where is it? Wow. So this could not take out the pre-market high so far anyway. DraftKings on the way down here, guys. DKNG early, but it is on the way down. Big, big red candle now, but it is early. The pre-market low. It's testing it. It's also testing the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 3687. So it's testing the 200-day moving average. You can see that. Hopefully, you can see that blue line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see this one quite a bit. KTOS though. KTOS. KTOS. Wow, look at Pfizer, guys. Look at Pfizer on the way down here. PFE. Um, PFE, look at this. Well, okay, it looks more dramatic than it is, okay? This is 28.90. This is 28.50. That's a 40-cent drop. I thought this might have been a multi-dollar drop, but it is not. But Pfizer, PFE, getting a hit. Just trying to see if there's any specific news about it. Agio is starting to move down, guys. AGIO, this was in the pre-market, big gap up in the pre-market. I think this is phase three. This is a phase three. I'm sorry, it is not. This is a $950 million deal if their drug gets FDA approval. They're teamed up with Royalty Pharma, who will pay that, but only if they get FDA approval. Okay. There is SINT. Ooh, halted on the way down. I think William said they did a reverse split today, effective today. SINT. APDN resumed. This is another one on the way down. Well, Nvidia is on the move here, guys. This is the now. If you don't want to, if you want to trade Nvidia, you want to trade something a little cheaper. This is an ETF, a 2 times ETF for Nvidia. Okay, so you buy this. Nvidia must be up about 4.5%, or about a little over 4%. Let's take a look at Nvidia. Must be up a little over 4%. Yeah, so 4.46%. Okay, and so look at NVDL. If you think Nvidia is going to be on the move, this is another way to play it. A little more risky. You'll get double the move. I did not mention LIDR in the pre-market. It was very choppy, but it is on the move again, guys. This has been a really active one. My issue with it is I find it a very difficult intraday trader. That's just me. You know, look at all these topping tails on the intraday chart. You know, what does it mean? It means, you know, at one point the stock was up to this price a few days ago. Sellers knocked it down, up. Sellers knocked it down. So for me, it's just a bit of a difficult intraday trader. Doesn't have to be for you to be a tough one, but wow. I missed the boat, guys, on the NNOX because, again, I do not like to take these trades early. But look at the NNOX. So some of you who are maybe less conservative than me, you took this one on the 8 break. I just don't like to trade in the first 15, and you know I run the risk of missing something like this. But again, we all have different trading styles, so. And so far, opening 15-minute candle. We've got a topping tail, a bottoming tail. So sort of direction unknown right now. That is on the SPY, of course. So MRUS had a big day on Friday. Yeah, that was Friday. It was not an earnings play. I can't remember exactly what the news was, but obviously they had some good news. It is a bio. but it is starting to give it up somewhat. MRUS. Oh man, NONX. That was the one, guys. Just I just have this aversion to trading in the first 15. Look at that. NNOX. And I'm sharing some of the scans that you see me flash on the screen. I am sharing them. I'm going to go over them in about say, half an hour from now. It's just, and I'm not trying to hide them on purpose. They're just on my other monitors. I don't want to overload the monitor that I'm sharing with you guys. Male cat is up. Gato is up. GATO, guys. Yeah, look at this. Of course, this is a silver play, so in keeping with the silver plays are so strong this morning. Let's take a look at SLV to see if it's pulled back at all. A little bit, but still strong. Silver is up 5%. SLV. So INSM is looking a little bit weak now, guys. INSM is looking a little bit weak. It's hit a high of 65 or so in the pre-market. The big drop from that. A lot of shares available. Also at Interactive Brokers for me anyway on a short. 2.4 million. Does it have news? It actually is a late stage study, positive result, but all right. AGIO. Last time I looked, it was starting to give it up, but now it is starting to pop. AGIO. Now again, this headline, for a lot of people, that's all they read. They may. You see, it looks like a 905 million dollar deal, okay, and that's what it says. However, you got to read it upon FDA approval. Okay, doesn't mean they've got FDA approval, but that's what the headline says. And if people don't look a little further, that is the influence right now. Meanwhile, DraftKings, guys, DraftKings, yeah, another one again. My aversion to taking stocks in the first 15, but DraftKings is really, really giving it up now, taking out that pre-market low plus the 200-day moving average now. Ugh, look at this one, Ride. I thought maybe it was halted on the way up. Not even close. Ride halted on the way down. This is in my in the Halts resumes. All right, it's 9:44 now, guys, and just to flash the AI, no AI alerts yet. Okay, again, nothing will happen until at least 9:40, but no AI alerts yet. So if you're thinking what's wrong, there's nothing wrong. And just as I speak, just as I speak, guys. So it's rare this happens, but this is the ETF for copper. Okay. So when I say rare, not often does the AI alert any like an ETF. However, if you're going to trade this, I'd wait for a break, probably of 50, to be honest. You just have to look left, and right there is 50-20. Meanwhile, DraftKings continues. Boy, oh boy, DraftKings continues. I mean, man, oh man, the next low looking left, guys, is 32.43, almost $4 to the next low on the weekly chart. All right, guys, this is another sub $1 stock, I believe. Yeah, XCUR, XCUR. Wow, DraftKings just getting hammered on that Illinois news that they're going to raise taxes on sports betting. I've never heard of Flutter, FLUT. That's the other big one. I've never even heard of it. Maybe they this is the other one that's getting yeah. So wow, look at Flutter. Never heard of it. Yeah, here's the spy, guys. So we are now minor disconnect in the market right now. The Dow is down, the Nas is up, SPY is basically flat. So it's early, of course. This is the first 15-minute candle here, and the second one has another 12 minutes to close. Well, guys, OKLO. So your next high, looking left on the daily chart, is way up here, 1573. I'm saying it's going to get there, but that's the high when it started trading as OKLO back on May the 10th. And Swin's doing a thing again, guys. This is a real. I think I had a price alert set over 5. Yeah, if I don't, I should have it. So, ride, man, oh man, is there some news on this one? This is out of Singapore. This is kind of an Uber, I guess, Uber out of Singapore. Here's okay, LiDAR obviously on the way down. Yeah. I don't see PEGY anywhere. So let's take a look at PEGY. We've seen it. Oh, that's why. So I have a 50-cent minimum on this scan here. That's why I'm not seeing it. I mean, it's had a tremendous from 5 cents to 40 cents in, well, basically 3 weeks plus today. What do they do? Telephone apparatus manufacturing, Pineapple Energy. Oh, I see. This is a so this looks like this is a solar play. Yeah, well, not looks like it. If this business summary is still up to date. So as we mentioned in the pre-market, TAN, the ETF for solars, well, actually it's starting to drop, but well, there's silver, guys. Now silver is right at the high of 3 days ago. Okay, not silver, but PAAS, and American silver, and it's now looks like it's trying to take it out. Next guy looking left, 22.48, a little bit close. Man, oh man, look at DraftKings just getting hammered on that news out of Illinois. I guess Chicago must be a big, obviously a major city. Oh, must be a lot of betting in Chicago. 32.52. Boy, 32.52 is the next low. That's about $3 away on the weekly chart. Yeah, okay, I know Chicago's second city. All right, double I, double N. Choppy, 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 double I. Oh, ugly looking daily chart, guys. Well, at some point, you think that this DraftKings is gonna have a bounce in it, but not yet. I mean, this has been straight down from 38 down to 35.75. There is a cheaper one on the way down, Summit, SMMT. Next low looking left, little, well, not bad. I mean, 256 on the weekly chart. It's through the 200-day moving average, SMMT. Obviously, we had some bad news on Friday. Wow. And then NOx actually had a nice bounce. Well, I think in the article I read about DraftKings, I think that New York already has done that. So yeah, I mean, if the rest of the states follow suit, Oh man, I just have to resist the urge to chase this short down on the DKNG. All right, well, market's getting thumped here a little bit. We got a red bar to start. Another. This is the second one. Another 4 minutes for this one to close. So the SPY is basically flat. Dow is down. Nas is still up. There's again little bit of disconnect between the value and the growth stocks. What's my type of trade, Grumpy? But it's too early. You've heard me say a million times. I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Had it been a an all-time low, I would have been. I would almost for sure taken it, but it was not. Boy, how again this OKLO very whippy, guys. High 1243. Now it's starting to drop down to 11. I forgot to look. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of activity today. Economic activity. So Cash Carry is talking. I don't know if he's talking. Well, he's supposedly talking right now at 9:55. So he might be, throwing. You know, just shut up. All right. So he's talking, and then consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. The Dallas Fed at 10:30. There is actually 11:30. There's a note auction, and 1 o'clock there is, and then at 1:05 there's a Cook is speaking. So there's a lot of action today. Kashkari is talking right now, as William says, and he may be just blathering about interest rates, and then consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. Um, End of this week. Somebody said, yeah, I don't think it's the end of this week. No. The question is, JK asked, when is the Nvidia stock split, forward split? I think it's next week. Okay, next week. I don't know what the date is. It may be the 4th or the 5th of June. Okay. It is not, according to somebody who posted it last week in the room, it's sometime in June, and I think in the first week of June. All right, so this Onfo last week was a big, a huge mover. Low was 53 cents, got up to $1.30. It's testing that high now. ONFO, low float, lots of volume, 2.5 million. All right, INSM is looking weaker and weaker, guys. Yeah, we want bad consumer confidence. JK, you're right. Well, I guess. I mean, look, it's hard to. I mean, if consumers are confident that they're going to spend more, inflation keeps moving. I don't know. I mean, but the market's reacting this way so far to those consumer confidence numbers. All right, guys. So I have to. SMR is still pretty strong. I mean, it got as high as 940 in the pre-market. Why the volume so bad? What volume are you talking about? Are you talking about my audio or are you talking about something else, Bachman? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? All right. Now maybe we're getting maybe the bounce now for DKNG. We've got one bottoming tail and another small one. So argument to be made that if it takes out 36, that might have a little bit of a bounce in it. Oh, trading volume. Okay. Well, I don't know. It's coming back from a long weekend. I really don't know. I have no special insight as to that. Well, it depends what you're trading, I guess. LiDAR. I mean, if you're trading LiDAR as an example, yeah, 3 cent spread. Depends what you're looking at, I guess. Okay, we have a mini, and I mean a mini. We have a mini reversal now in the SPY. Okay, so there's a bottoming tail. The sellers had it down to this level. Buyers are coming in. What time is it now? 10:03. A lot of time for this candle to close. Another 11 minutes. Okay, guys, there's the DraftKings. Little bit of a bounce now for DraftKings. DKNG. Yeah, I mean, look at the spread here. That's okay. So it depends what you're looking at, I guess, Bachman. 1 cent spread can't get too much better than that for DKNG. Okay, I'm just looking at a couple of the AI alerts. Not seeing anything of interest to me. Not yet, anyway. No, I didn't take this one. Was this shortable? Ah, was shortable also. GTHX. This was shortable for me, and this showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown at 352. What time is it now? I'm going to go over all this in about 10 minutes. So there was the alert at 352, Summit at 298. Some of these really real cheap ones. I typically don't short stocks under 5, but Wow, look at space. Space over a dollar now, guys. SPCE over a dollar. Coming in from 90 cents over a dollar. Still has some room. The next high looking left is 120. And something putting a charge into this one. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news other than the fact it's got a high short. I'll get it right. High short float percent. 20, almost 28%. Okay, guys, I want to take a look at this AGIO. Yeah, so it's been a little bit choppy to start. Give me a moment, guys. All right, I'm looking at a TME short here, guys. The next low looking left is 1437. So I'm looking at a TME short right here. Don't have to do the same thing I'm doing, but well, it's just not moving. I mean, it could get interesting, but it's a low float. I mean, it could get interesting. There's no question it could get interesting. But it's a little bit close to that whole number. I guess it's got a lot of room though. The next high looking left is up here at 385 back in. So yeah, I mean, I should have looked at this a little more closely. But listen, don't let me influence you. Okay. The relative volume is excellent, 18 times normal, but as Luis is saying, it's not got a lot of volume, like daily volume yet anyway. China stock eyes, Tiger, fintech from China, TIGR. See what it's doing. Next high looking left, too close. 438. If it can get through that, 460. All I said, Teresa, was that it has a high short float percent. regarding space. So might be one of these that they're getting piled into because of that huge, huge high short. Gonna have to come up another. I don't know why I have a tough times. High short float percent. Okay, and the next high is 120. If it can get through that, then 140. It is a high float. You're absolutely right. 378 million, but 27% of it is short. So that is an excellent, excellent move. 32% with that float. Now this is, I don't know, shim. I don't think I've seen this one before. It looks like it started trading as shim back here in November of last year. Well, if it can get over 185 was the high of last week. Let's see if it can do that. But even if it does that, it would really have to take out two. If it does, I mean, it's got a lot of room on the weekly chart, almost up to 378 or so. Probably a low float. Yeah, another low float. Okay, so Mark's asking a question in our main room. I use a top list with biggest gappers. I want to configure another filter to see if this stock was a former runner. Well, you could see if it's at a 3-month high, but if you're talking about on a specific day, whether it was a former runner, I don't think we can do that. So if you're asking within the last 3 months, was a specific stock a former runner, don't think we can do that. We But if you're looking for a stock, if you're wondering whether that stock is at, say, in the high of the last 3 months, we can do that. Like it's running today. But if you're looking for something that says, okay, 3 weeks ago, this stock also had a spike. No, not that I'm aware of anyway, as an example. Well, as Luis is saying, you can check, but if you're looking for like a specific, you can always check, you know, what it's done in the last 5 days, what it's done in the last 10 days, what it's done in the last 30 days. If you're if you're wondering, okay, SHIM having a spike today, did it have one over the last 3 months? Similar. We cannot do that. Not that I'm aware of anyway. Maybe somebody else has a better idea. Yeah. So what Draw is saying, I mean, you can obviously create a symbol list of stocks like today. For instance, you could create a symbol list of stocks today that are runners, and then seeing, if they run tomorrow, the next day, next week, things like that. But that would be something that you would have to do on a daily basis. Usually, I mean, if you have a daily chart up, I mean, or even a weekly chart, and a stock is moving today, you can just check your daily or weekly chart to see, was there a spike last week or the week before or the week before that, as an example. I missed this one. Yeah, TDS guys. Now this has some room down to 1771 is the 200-day moving average, approximately. Yeah, 1771. So it's got about 70 cents to that next to where there could be some support. I mean, this is wow, what a drop. I mean, this was up to 22.30 in the pre-market. Market opens just tanking. This is I think it had some news. All right, guys, ABCL. Let's take a look at ABCL. Ugly looking daily chart. Again, ugly in the fact that there's topping tails and bottoming tails. Very, for me anyway, very difficult to look at and try to trade. All right, guys, I'm going to now go over my homepage, all the information you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Look at TDS now, guys. TDS is wonderful from that scan. That scan meaning the 10-day daily breakdown. So let me go over my homepage right now. Okay, clicking on my homepage link. Again, this is what you're going to see. I know I displayed this earlier. This is what you're going to see. So this promo code is still active for today, okay? In theory, it will be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you want to take on an annual subscription, you can get 28% off, either our standard or our premium service, okay? If you want to take out a monthly, you can get 15% off using this code. This will not expire tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, but this one more than likely will, okay? And the annual 28. Now, as always, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do in these 10 short videos is go over all the important aspects, to download and install, first startup and login. If you scroll down a little bit more, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. If you looked at every one of these, it'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Okay. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a free series of videos. Michael Noss created them. Michael will actually be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. So before I look at any of the other ones, all I ask is this: if at some point in time you decide to take out a subscription, please use my promo. If you do, the room gets credit. And why is that important? This is a free room, and the way we keep it free is by when you take out a subscription using my code. Again, the room gets credit, and so that really helps to keep the room free. It's that simple, okay? I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for this. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free also. Let's see if it, I doubt if it's triggered, but let's see if it's triggered, MARA, because it's completely linked to Bitcoin. And I see Bitcoin is down. Well, it's close though. Actually, it's moving. Well, the trigger, in fact, it may have triggered. Yeah, I guess it did trigger. Okay. So the trigger was 21.75. Okay. I missed that, Mara. I missed that, William. So how you trade it, if you trade it, is completely up to you. Okay. And if you have the email, you see that was the trigger price, 21.75, but it is very, very Bitcoin related, obviously. And on a daily chart, then the next high is 28.86. So it's got some room on a daily chart. These are, designed for longer term plays. But again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. And there's where you can sign up for it. Education section, a big education section is here. This is our user guide. We have a great user guide. There's the getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Okay. Obviously, there's a lot more in the user guide. If you're looking at this for the first time, don't worry. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. It's not unlike any other software program where there's a lot of information. You don't have to know everything. Okay. Getting started series again, and daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that though before I take my break. Somebody will be there if it's not Michael. Okay. So last, if you're looking for my scans, here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. So the one that you see, the big one that you see that's green, is the relative strength leaders. I also have the halts resumes over here, right there. You've seen me flash on the screen the breakouts and the breakdowns right here. Here they are, 10-day daily breakouts, breakdowns. Okay. So I am sharing a lot of different scans. You can take a look at them. I don't have them all. I don't have them all up and running. And if you ask why, well, first of all, there'd be way too many scans to have. But I put a lot of different types of scans in here. Not everybody has the same trading style. So what I try to do is put a lot of different types of scans. Okay, guys. So now, what is Trade Ideas? For those of you who are new. So we are a scanner, okay? And there is a difference between a screener and a scanner. I know I say this every time in my preamble, but it is worth noting. There are a lot of companies out there that claim to be scanners, but we are a real-time alert scanner. Now, of course, we can screen. So if I look at this alert window called Momo, I right-click on it, configure, and click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect of this real-time alert scanner. If the stock is between 1 and 100 and the current volume is at least 3, current volume actually 3 means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day and almost 10:30 Eastern time. Okay, this is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The stocks where the volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new intraday high, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was TLS at 10:24 plus 53 seconds. So that is, over a minute ago. Since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements, okay, and made a new high for the day. Okay. So that's how it works. So if you want this scan the way it is, you can have it, of course. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can. If you don't like the price range or something else, or you want to add a filter, maybe you have a favorite filter that you might want to add, you can do so. If you want to build your own scans, again, of course you can. This time I'll click on search, and you can see right at the very top. These are the real-time alerts that we've got right at the very top. The two most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other ones. And if I scroll down, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got. So again, if you're seeing this for the first time and you're thinking, man, this is way too complicated, how am I going to learn all this? You don't have to, okay? The reason why we have so many different real-time alerts and all these different filters is that, of course, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. Lots of different, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So, of course, the company had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters so that it could satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create a scan by combining. Okay. But again, you do not have to learn them all. I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. That's because that is for my trading style. That's all I need. Doesn't mean all these other real time alerts are bad. Just means I don't need them for my trading style. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You do not have to learn them all. NM homies, 100%. Okay. Um, there's a question in our main room, which would I recommend? The downloadable application or the website version? Absolutely, the downloadable application. Okay, it is friendlier to move things around. Um, if you want to practice trading, as an example, we have our simulator, our real-time alert, our real-time simulator. If you want to practice trading, but it's just easier to navigate. Okay, even if you don't want to use our simulator to practice trading, you can also have in our standard version, you can have 10 charts. In our premium version, you can have 20 charts. The web-based version only has a 5 chart max, but it is definitely easier to move around. Okay, so 100% use the downloadable desktop version if you have the ability to do that. The only reason people use the website version is if they've usually anyway, if they're trying to run it on a tablet or they have a Mac. Okay, and they don't want to use an emulation program like Parallels on their Mac. But if you've got a PC, absolutely use the downloadable application. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything? I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting. The real-time alerts has definitely have dried up. I haven't got too many in the last little while. Mike, are you a premium subscriber? Mike Storm in our main room. Are you a premium subscriber? Are you a premium subscriber or are you a standard subscriber? You don't know? Well, you should find how much are you paying a month? Do you have access to the AI? Yeah, but nothing to do with did you take okay, then that's the reason you the odds maker is a premium service, okay? We give you 10 in our standard service in order for you to try it, but that's it. If you want the odds maker, you have to have our premium service. But that's why it stopped working. Or as we call it now, the back tester. So this is a support room also, okay? So if you've got questions, don't be shy. Yes, it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. I do my best to answer questions all day long. And if for instance, if you're looking for a scan or something, I may not have an idea, but one of the other traders may. One of the other trade ideas traders may. I can always I'll get you to go to info at trade-ideas.com and you can ask that type of a scan question. If I don't have an idea, and there are two rooms that I moderate. One's a YouTube room. The other is what I call the main room. Both hear me. Both see my screen. YouTube has a slight time delay. I think about a 7 or 8 second time delay. Uh, not imposed by ourselves, but by YouTube. If you're looking for a lot more action in terms of interaction among other traders, you should come to the main room. If you can stay in YouTube if you don't care about interacting with other traders. But I will put the main trading room link into our YouTube room in case you do want to come over. The reason I do that is that people sometimes who go to YouTube don't even know that there's a what I call a main trading room. Okay, guys. So I am now just kind of checking some of my thumbnail charts. It's really slowed down for me now in terms of new alerts. Let's take a look at this to see if there's anything that I did not see earlier. UZD. I wonder what this one is doing. UZD. Oh, okay. This is one of these interesting ones. Strange category of stock. For me, anyway, strange category of stock. So, guys, I'm in this TME short. It's really not moved much. It's basically where I shorted it. I am in this TME short. Really hasn't done very much. Well, you guys have been talking about AMD. Let's take a look at AMD. AMD on the move up. Okay. Well, I got slammed down here, 164 up to 160. Well, not slammed down. I mean, it looks worse than it is on a percentage basis. Not terrible, but nice recovery though. High of Friday was, or sorry, on Thursday was 173. All right. Okay. This got halted on the way up. The logistic properties of Americas. I don't think I've ever heard of this one before. And one of the reasons is okay, it doesn't trade very much, 32,000 shares. It is halted. This could probably, we'll have to see once it opens out of Costa Rica. Not too many Costa Rican stocks. So let's take a look. I haven't shown now again, guys. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So there is your halt, 2608 for LPA. And the potential of the open 2669. We're spready on this on the potential open. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Now, if you're unfamiliar with halts and resumes, typically they are 5 minutes. Okay. So if this is a 5 minute halt, this will open at 10:42 plus 35 seconds if it's a 5 minute halt. And it looks like this could have some kind of a dramatic open. I'm just trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news on this one. Dale Joyner in our YouTube room. Look at ARM, ARM. Yeah, nice comeback for it also. Comeback meaning, this is down to $85 not that long ago, guys. April 19th. So what, 6 weeks ago? And now 122. So packed on not quite 50% from these lows. Of course, this was the one of the great IPOs back here. Actually, it was back here. Yeah, this is so it IPO'd. Boy, it's that long ago. September of last year, that long ago. Okay, Mike, glad you heard what I was saying. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'd have to take my leave of, well, I'm going to hang on to this TME just a bit longer. Okay. I mean, he's teasing me every time it gets into the 70s, but so far there's really nothing in their AI today. I'm just looking. Mm. All right, guys, let's see where this thing opened. LPA. Actually, wow. And now that's a bad spread. 23.62, 25.51. Basically untradeable right now. Now, if it tacks on $10, that won't matter, but unfortunately, we just don't know what it's going to do. Did the volume pick up? The volume really didn't. Yeah, the volume really didn't pick up that much. Oh boy, this OKLO, and there are shares available now for me at now there may have been for a while to short OKLO. My short would have been up here around 1140. That was a great bounce, guys, for NNOX. This was a great short at the beginning of the day, and it got down to 722. And nice bounce though, up over 8. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just waiting to see if this TME can have a big drop. May not. In fact, I better take a look at what China is doing in general. KWeb. Yeah, I mean, China's not weak, but it is certainly a little bit weak, but not weak. TME looks like it's just kind of following. Had a a little bit of profit down here, but I was looking for more. You guys are talking about AGEN. I see it here, 17%. So let's take a look at AGEN. Yeah, well, right at the VWAP, sorry, at the 200-day moving average, which is 1593. So it's right there, as Draw was saying. If I can take that out, for me, would probably have to take out even 1619. That is the next high in the weekly chart. I'll put an alert there. The high is 1620 right there. So I'll stick an alert around 1622, see if it takes it out. Because if it does, then it's got a lot of room on the weekly chart. The next high in the weekly would be 19. Now, again, nobody's saying even if it takes out this 16 level that it's going to get to 19, but well, there's post cash cow, as he calls it, LIDR. All right, guys. Let's see. UZF. How about that? UZF. Maybe that's like the UZE. Another one of these. Yeah. UZF and UZE are sort of similar in terms of these senior notes. All right, guys. I am CTV. Let's take a look at CTV, see if it's doing anything interesting. Sorry, guys. I mean, I have to click on these. I don't know what I'm going to see until I click. But another really, really ugly looking. We got another really ugly looking daily chart, even an ugly looking weekly chart. Yeah, LiDAR, I mean, has been showing up on this, but I always have to caution people. Just because a stock is showing up here in this relative strength leaders from the close percent, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. Of course, it just all it's telling you is that these are the super active stocks, and that's a good segue because if you're an intraday trader like myself, your number one goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, if for a stock to be up 115% INSM, it has to be trading abnormally, right? So it doesn't have to be a low float even. I mean, that's 147 million in the float. That's a big float. But look at the relative volume, 66 times normal, okay? And when you look at the option volume, it's so far 21,000 contracts today. That's 6.2 times normal. So, coupled with the volume and the option volume, which is abnormal. This stock is trading abnormally, and it had some news this morning. It did have some news, but again, it doesn't mean that you just take the trade when you see it. You have to be able to look at a chart and figure out, okay, what is it trying to tell me? All right, I think I'm going to take myself out of the TME short for like a very very small loss. Just waiting to see if it can get back into the mid 80s where I shorted it. Yeah, absolutely. Need a plan. Isaiah, I mean, you need a plan. It can't be, well, I think I'll take this. And if I said, well, why are you taking it? Well, I don't know. It looks pretty good to me. Well, if that's your plan and it works, great. But most of the time, that is not going to be a tradable plan. Now, looks pretty good to you could mean, well, it's done this and that and that. And so all that information is sort of soaking in. I mean, if you can visually look at something and say, yeah, that meets all my requirements, and okay, it is a plan. But I think people they think, you know what? I think this is going to keep going higher. I think it's going to go higher. Sometimes it will. A lot of times it won't. I'm just looking at LiDAR or any one of these. All right. I took myself out of the TME short with a little loss here, guys. It was in at 1485. Had a little gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more. So this SMLR Didn't really see it in the pre-market. The reason being is it didn't do anything in the pre-market. SMLR, but boy, once this market opened, well, okay, actually, that is the 9:15 candle. So I don't really recall seeing it. Maybe the volume was too low. But since it opened, I mean, SMLR has been on a tear, and this is something to do with Bitcoin. Similar Scientific adopts Bitcoin as its primary treasury reserve asset. Okay, good for them. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So let's take, I mean, the SMLR now it's coming right into a daily high right there. You can see yearly change from negative to positive. Struggling to create an alert yearly. I'm talking to Cafe au lait. A yearly change from negative to positive. Any particular reason why you want to do that? I mean, I guess it's up to you, but I mean, we have a change, since January 1st. We have a yearly change. But whether that's going to signify a change from negative to positive, I mean, I suppose what you could do is bracket it. So why you want to do this, I'm not 100% sure, but okay. So the change in 1 year, okay, percentage wise. So you added the filter and you just bracketed it, like put some real negative number on the max and a positive one, a small one, so that it's in between, a stock that is, it has not gone up much in the pre-market and has not gone our pre-market in a year and has not gone down much. Just sort of bracket it. You'll see the stocks that are, right on maybe on the cusp of doing what you want. So, as an example, I mean, I'll just put this in as an example, just put some numbers in. So here's the prices, up no more than 0.01% and no from last year and no down no more than 0.01%. So you could bracket it and then you'll see stocks that are right around, the year, what they've done. Almost, these you'll see stocks that have done basically nothing in the course of a year, either up or down. You can try that, create a top list, sort it, and then you can put a price alert on the stocks that you want to move above. But any real reason why you think that's valuable? I mean, it's up to you, of course, but All right, guys. Well, this SMLR is just motoring here. Now, that is a terrible spread. 30, 30, 58, 31. So that is a terrible spread. Don't know what your question. Don't have. I don't know what you mean. What is twits? I have no idea what you mean by that, Mike Storm, in our main room. I don't think so. We don't have columns that can indicate how many tweets. So I don't know what you mean. Sorry. We have count alerts and all that, but I have no idea what you mean by the number of tweets. You'd have to show it to me. So, Mike Storm, have you tried to settle on a trading style yet? Like a trading plan? Okay. Oh, if I wouldn't care. I don't care what a trading plan is, as long as there is one, and you can make money doing it. Oh, go ahead, scalp to your heart's content. If you can make money doing it, there's no plan I don't like, as long as you've got to stop. Probably I have to have a stop, and if you can make money doing it, I don't, more power to you. All right, guys, 11:05. I do want to confirm that it'll be Michael in our YouTube room in about an hour. Why do you think you have to learn things on the formula editor? Just out of curiosity. There's Kirkland, guys. Now, looking left, I mean, I guess it has some room. KIRK 210. The next high is 229. A little bit of room. Footlocker, okay, from John. Let's take a look at Footlocker from John. Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, 30 cents or so to the next high. They are specific to the account. Yes. All right, guys. All right, let's take a look at court. Maybe it's trying to come back a bit. Had some really good news in the pre-market. Well, it had news announced in the pre-market. Phase three, good phase three. I'm very surprised, Mike, that that person that you're talking about had any custom formulas because if he hands them out, you know, they, but I don't know for sure, but I'm surprised. Yeah, POAI. So Poe. I thought about you this morning when I saw this POAI. Again, it did have some news, positive results, to present positive results from a retrospective study coming into potential resistance. So pretty close. All right, guys. Boy, nothing in the combo scan today. Nothing in the combo scan. This is a combination of abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. Pretty tough to get stocks in there in the first place, but absolutely nothing today in that scan. HIMS, HIMS. Well, when you're saying look at it, it must mean that it's sort of bouncing. Yeah. So again, this is an obesity play, right? This happened here. They came out with their version of the obesity. I'm not sure if it's a pill or I don't think it was an injection. I think it was oral. So, but after that day, it got up to 2011 and right back down to 15 something. Friday had a decent day. So if it takes out the high of 1860, it could go on a bit of a run. I'm going to stick an alert there. No idea, Mike. Relative volume daily rate, no idea. We have the relative volume, and that's it. So we don't have. So I don't know what that means. Relative volume daily rate. When the relative volume is a relative volume right there, 2166 for SHIM. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of scrolling through a few things that I'm short daily. So, guys, I am what you can't see, I'm doing on my other monitor. Let me see if this is available. Somebody said it's available on the web-based version. Now, my computer may go crazy because I'm going to load the web-based version. Where are you? Of our product. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to find something here. I just want to be able to display it. Again, computer's going to go a little bit crazy because I'm loading another version of Trade Ideas. I'm going to mute myself for a bit. All right. Sorry. Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm just trying to figure out something out. And is there a place I know where I can find older vids on Trade Ideas? Mike, I'm not sure. Maybe on our YouTube channel, but I know they cleaned up that YouTube channel quite a bit because it was getting overloaded. So I don't know. It depends on what you're talking about. Okay, you know that as a fact. They took them off to sell holly. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I have not had a new alert for quite a while here. Now, I shouldn't say that. The POAI, I'm getting some new alerts, but again, to me, it looked like it's getting into resistance. It got up to 262. Now, in the pre-market, it did get up to 280. But right here, market hours got 259. Look left on the weekly, 262. So as we speak, that seems to be that's a resistance area as we speak. Doesn't mean it won't power through that later, but yeah, GME, I've got that. That is at least moving. I do have that one thumbnailed. GME getting close to the highs here, 24.17. Big boy, if it can take this area out right up here at some point, it may have a big run tomorrow. Okay, guys, HIMS, this triggered here, HIMS. So this triggered because it got up to the high of 4 days ago. Now it's extended. Unfortunately, now as we speak, it's pretty extended. So can this hold, just kind of, even pull back a bit and then pop through it again? So this NNOXI, sorry about that, guys. There's a lot going on that I'm trying to keep track of. NNOX. I mean, this has a little bit of room to 830 if it wants to keep moving higher. I mean, to me it could even go positive today. NNOX after being slammed down. This is an earnings play. I mean, it didn't look bad in the pre-market actually, and then when the market opened though, boy, look at so both Pfizer and Moderna got almost the same. Well, I don't know if Pfizer's had a bit of a comeback, but let's take a look at PFE. PFE was having a horrible, yeah, bigger red candle than Moderna, but both of them really weakening on the 15 anyway. Now the next low for Moderna is at 153 on that's about $10 away, and that's mRNA. Boy, it's got room, doesn't it? It's got room underneath there. Well, $10. Now, this is flying in the face of what happened over the last couple of weeks, though. I don't know if there's any specific news. Anybody know any news on Moderna and Pfizer PFE? Because these are pretty big pullbacks. I mean, 8%. I just cannot see anything from any of my headlines. Now, Tim, I will get rid of that. Okay. Well, I'm looking at a short on this one. What are you doing? You're suggesting profit taking, a 50% move in 10 days? I mean, I get it, but that seems to be a lot of for that amount in the float. That's a big move. But that might be it. Is it really? DraftKings are gonna make a new low? I know it pulled up a bit. Yeah, wow. So that was a brief pull up, and now it's continuing down, you're right. And I think TDS is making a new low. Oh, I might be wrong. No, no, I'm sorry. Made a new low at 10:23, but it is now 11:30. That's an hour ago. All right, guys. Maybe TDS is ready to go down again. TDS at the pull up. Well, it looks like Moderna is rallying now, so I'm going to forget about it. Boy, this shim has got a lot of room if it can take out. Well, first of all, 190, $2. If it can do that, this has got some room. Shim, SHIM. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. What do they do? Provision of water and other critical infrastructure solutions. Okay. Yeah. Hims on that 1863 break. I did not take it. I was kind of hoping it would just kind of rest here. I don't, but I just cannot take this. For me, it's just in chase mode, but it is definitely moving well. Yeah, kind of a strange time, right, William? 11:30. Normally they're at 1. I know there's another one at 1. Why this one? I mean, I know I mentioned this one earlier. Kept moving down, down, down. MRUS. Got to put an alert down here just in case it takes us out today or tomorrow. MRUS. That's the low of Friday. It is almost. I mean, it's not quite. No, it's giving it up the daily candle. Still up a lot from Thursday's close, but well, if Paz is making a new high, take a look at SLV and well, it's not making a new high, but there's is that the yeah, it's a 930. So that is the high for SLV. But yeah, Paz, of course, the silver play, PAAS. Well, Bitcoin is moving a bit. How's Mara doing? MARA. All right. Well, as William said, it did trigger 21.75. This is the trade of the week. This is the trade of the week. Okay. Mara, MARA. The trigger is 21.75. So it has triggered earlier, pulled back. Now you're going to take this. This is all about Bitcoin, of course. Has about $1 to move until the next high on the daily chart, about $1. The high today was a little over 22. Keep an eye on court, guys. CORT. Keep an eye on court heading into that whole number. And it looks like it's trying to recover. This got up to 39.40 in the pre market. Has some news. It's a phase three. So love to see it get over 32. The next high would be 34, 32.13, 32.13. I'm sticking an alert right there around 32.16 for court and see if it takes that out. If it can take that out, then the next high on the 15-minute is certainly far enough away. GME is still moving. Any closer to the high here. All right, guys. So Michael will be taking over for me in about 20 minutes. Okay, in our YouTube room when I take my break. Now, GME now, because it's over this high here, is now starting to show up on my distance to the next high, at least $2 away. Of course, you can see that. Of course, it is. Over 24 now, guys. Now, there is your pre-market high. It is 24.30. Takes that out and look out. I'm going to take out this 24.30, the big area right now. Pre-market high for GME. Hello, Tom, new guy. Welcome to the trading room, trading and support room. All right, guys, GME just took out that pre-market high now. Right here, look at this, maybe this next high. How attractive can this be to traders right now at 35.24? All right, guys, in about 14 minutes, I'm on a break. So what I'm going to do right now is just put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Michael if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. I'm not gone yet. So, Tom, did you have a question or just wanted to say hello? Which is fine, of course. Keep an eye on the court, guys. CORT trying to take out 32. Again, the next high is 32.13. If I can take that out, then it's got room to 34. This is all on a 15-minute chart, of course. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Now, interestingly, there are no shorts available anymore at Interactive Brokers for GME. This morning, there were a couple 100,000. Last week, there were about 1 million. So there's probably some short covering happening. This is, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers and GME. I want to make sure I have the right symbol. Yes. Really? Isn't that interesting? No, I just had to make sure. No, there are no shorts right now available. Interactive Brokers for GME. Moderna now. I was looking to short this one, but I lost sight of it when I was really more interested in the GME. Again, not that I want to short GME. It's just that it's always interesting to me to see how these shorts fluctuate quite a bit at Interactive Brokers. And right now, there's just not a lot of short covering. At Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Kevin, just daily, okay? The next high on the daily. Has to be at least $2 away. Next high on the daily. And you can see there's not that many in green here. Most of them are all in red, which makes sense. Well, I don't know. I mean, the Dow's down, the SPY is basically flat, but there's GME, there's GME right here. And of course, it has way more than $2 to the next high in the daily. Is the audio in the trading room for paid account? No, it's a free room, Tom. This is a free room. Both rooms, I moderate a YouTube room at the same time. They can hear me and see my screen, basically the same as the room you're in, but it's a free room. You don't have to be a subscriber. Give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Duty calls. So again, with the GME guys, I mean, 25 is another pretty big, pretty significant level for it to try to break. So I'm going to try to answer. Okay, guys, here's the CORT, the CORT, the CORT. It's a big level now. It's above that 32.13. I'll be taking a break now, so I'm not going to be able to do anything, but it looks pretty interesting to me anyway. If it holds over this 32, because it's got some room, and it had room, or it has some news, got all the way up to almost $40. Okay, guys, GME now holds 25. That will be, in my opinion, there's the court, guys. Go, there's the court on the way. CORT. The GME holding 25. And look at that room. I mean, that's what it's all about. Looking left and seeing all that room potential. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance when you look at a chart like this right now. Funny, just after you said that, Shady, I've got this one thumbnailed. You know, these are some of my thumbnail charts, and just as you said, on the move. Now, I haven't looked at AMC. I'm sure AMC is running in tandem. Yeah, I mean, AMC is sort of similar in terms of a break. If it takes out 530, taking out 530, the next high is 660. Court, guys. Ooh, I got to hurry up here. Michael is going to show up any moment now, so just come on. Got to get my announcement in. Okay, just waiting for Michael to show up. And I have put the YouTube link in. Okay, so you can head over and listen to Michael when he shows up. And I think I just heard a little pop. So I think he's in our YouTube room now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just give me one moment, Michael. Okay, guys, so Michael is there. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can officially welcome Mr. Michael Noss into our YouTube room. For those who don't know, Michael, yes, Michael. It's funny, we get people wonder, well, does this person who's talking, do they work at Trade? Yes, Michael works at, well, yes, you work at Trade Ideas. I can say sort of the same for myself, sort of.
Yep, consultant.
Michael, I'm wondering if you're going to go over at all the Ripster, or is this way too premature?
No, we can chat about it if you want, but I was gonna wait till people can actually get it before we talk too much.
Well, what did you mean this morning when you said it was available on the web version? Because I went to our web version, I couldn't see it there.
Really?
You know, you're talking about the web. I'm not talking about the website. I'm talking about the like the web version.
Oh, that's right. We're no longer doing anything with that, right? We're just waiting for that one to get phased out.
What? Oh, I see. I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
but on the web, okay, so it's on our website. What do I look for on the website? Maybe
just
I'll look
the
at your screen.
same icon, the same effect, or just under the indicator button on our website. I don't know if you're seeing my screen. This is the website.
Yeah, I can see your screen right now, but
yeah, just a little indicator button, and right
Oh,
there.
so any chart. Oh, I see. I see. Any chart.
Yeah, just like on our version, right? This is
Okay, I
what
got you.
users will see soon, and
Okay.
they can put right EMA or SMA or whatever settings they want on them.
Okay. Well, I think I put in our Slack thread. I mean, I saw a video that he did, a YouTube video that he did, recapping some trades, and what I saw was mainly the crosses. Okay, and he's talking about the crosses, the 12 and the 5, and staying in the trade until you get crossed down in the other direction. I didn't
General,
quite understand how, like, I'm like, you've got SMR right there, and I
yeah.
see I see the cloud formation. I see the shading underneath. I'm trying to figure out, okay, well, how am I supposed to interpret all this?
Well, all it is it would use it the exact same way you use moving averages, right? Because it's
Hmm.
just so if we just focus on this one, I have this set up where this is a 10 period SMA and a 20 period SMA.
Okay.
So if I put that on and then I just go and I just put just to show you, if I put on just a basic 20 period SMA and a 10 period SMA, I think oh never mind, there are EMAs on the other one, but that's all there is to it. So
I understand that, but when do I enter? And if I entered, where would I get out?
well, he's got a handful of different setups. Mostly based off price, like anything else. Some based on pullbacks into the cloud itself, but
Hmm.
the basic idea is that um, the area between the moving averages that are shaded could be looked at as kind of pullback areas to take a look at, and then the cloud color is just looking at the trend, right? So if you took something like SMR, the idea is that, well, if the cloud is green and you're below or above the cloud, then you want to just be looking long, and vice versa to look short. And then just like someone may take a pullback here into a, a moving average, right? You could take a pullback here into the cloud, and then if it shows strength out of that, then that could be your trade there,
So
right?
the width of the cloud, Michael, is the difference in the two MA, well, whatever you're using, the 10 and the
Yeah.
20 in this case. Okay, so the
So
width is the difference. Oh, see.
right, yeah,
Okay.
so the bottom of the cloud is just the 20, and then the top of the cloud, in my case, is just the 10, and that's all there is to it. So it's basically saying that I'm using these moving averages, so I think for him, he uses, 5 and 12, on EMAs, and then, so he's just looking for, pullbacks into this zone that hold support and push higher, or,
Okay, okay,
you
I get
know
it now. So that I wasn't sure what the cloud was telling me, that is the top, that's the distance between the two MAs, or whatever you're using. Okay.
Yeah, so it's just a way to, I like it just to visually, uh, it just looks better. Essentially,
Yes.
it's a good
Yes.
visual indicator of, and I think it's a good way for traders, especially new traders who have problem with trend,
Hmm.
to use this, right? So, say for example, I'm someone who uses uh, a 20-day moving average and a 50-day moving average. And those are the ones that I pick. I just like them expressed like this. And you can simply say, okay, well, if the cloud is green, then that means the 20 is above the 50. So then we're in an uptrend. And if it's reversed, then we're in a downtrend. And then that's just the stance I'm going to take when it comes to trading those. So yeah, it's just a good way to kind of get a general understanding of, this is the trend and the thing that I'm looking at,
Okay.
and I'm going to look to take trades hopefully in the direction of the trend.
Now, Michael, in the cloud link that I saw, so you've got a bunch of Market Explorer scans in there. What
Yes.
is what is the now? How have they been kind of developed? In conjunction with these clouds, or does it really matter? If
Yes.
if that makes
So
sense.
we're gonna get more in depth with Ripster to get a little bit more hammering them out. Make sure they're a little more precise. But what we started with is just pullbacks, right? So the idea
Mhm.
is that If we use the daily, let's go to the daily chart and just use this daily pullback. Essentially, all it's doing is it's looking for clouds in which, right, the 5 is above the 12, so signifying an uptrend. And then this other one, which is the 34 and the 50, which is
Ah,
just a
okay, okay.
long-term
So,
cloud, also
okay,
signifying an uptrend and then pulling into the cloud. So the idea is
okay.
you'd watch it here, and if it shows support, then you're just buying in the direction of the trend. But a lot of what he does is very price action oriented. It's the clouds are he's not going to buy anything that's too far extended from it, and he's not going to buy anything in which the cloud is red, kind of thing.
Right. Okay. Okay. That clears up some of the things. I wasn't sure how you were generating your ME scans, but it is to do with the well, in this case, the five. Well, I guess it doesn't. Well, actually, okay. In your ME scans, is it the 512 or is it a
Yeah,
different?
it's this is the one that just because the plan is this is going to be, and we're going to get rid of we're going to get rid of the Mark Explorer ones and just um use these eventually, the tree maps. But yeah, these are kind of the setups, and we're going to get obviously more. He's going to send me an email with a bunch of the setups
Okay.
that he wants to use. But yeah, so the idea here with Lucy is that we have, you would have avoided it through all this kind of nonsense where the cloud
Hmm.
is red and everything's kind of looking bearish, but now the clouds turn green and we're pulling back into it. So the idea here with Lucy is you would then, not just trade it based off the indicator, but you say, okay, now it's setting up where it's not too extended from the moving average. So it's something that, I'm not buying something that looks like it could be an absolute top, and it's technically now kind of starting an uptrend based off the 5 and the 12. So now is when I
Hmm.
would look for um, the some sort of reversal. And he uses 10-minute charts, which is unique, right?
Yeah,
I see
yeah.
a
I
lot of
noticed that.
5, a lot of
Yeah.
15. I don't see a lot of 10, but
Hmm.
so he would probably just look to see if we start to move off this area, that would be your trade. And then he uses the cloud as kind of his worst case stop. So
Right.
it makes right, you could put your stop, what, 50, 59.5 cents or so on this one, and just say,
Hmm.
okay, um that's the worst case I'm going to take if I'm going to kind of get involved in this.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will now I have a better idea about what the cloud is actually trying to tell me, as opposed to really. I mean, the video that I did see that he did, he was though maybe it was just this video, but he was concentrating on only taking trades on the 512 break.
Yeah,
Um,
well, and he talks a lot about the when he talks about the break, at least for the conversations we've had, he more means when price makes it through the cloud. So he's basically just using
right.
he's using the cloud a lot as a trailing stop. So for something like Lucy, if he was involved on this day, he's like, I'm going to try my best to add if it comes into the cloud and then breaks out,
Hmm.
and I'm going to try to stay with it until the cloud broke, which probably would have been like right here. And it's just like the way we talk about a moving average for a trailing stop is something that can make a lot of sense. In this case, it
Yeah.
will just be, so he'll say either if price breaks, or maybe price doesn't break, but the moving averages cross, just to say, hey, because that could happen if price was consolidating, chopping back and
Sure.
forth. He might take a break there as well, right? So,
Okay. Okay, my friend. I'll see you in about an hour, and
all right,
have a good go.
I'll
Okay.
talk to you then.
Okay. Bye.
Uh, Iris, yeah, you can find it on the web only right now, just like we mentioned before. But the if you go to our website, it's on the indicator in the indicator button on the web. And yeah, like we mentioned, they'll be uh, in the downloaded version maybe in the next week or so. So again, it's just a way to represent the distance between two moving averages. Don't overthink it much more than that. It's the you know this is takes one moving average, and it well, sorry, it takes two moving averages. Yes, for just like don't need to repeat myself. Yeah, for now. But during the time we mentioned, it will be in the downloaded version when that time comes. So yeah, again, it's a nice visual representation. I could see somebody use it. Again, there's a lot of people out here who seem to have problems with to trend, right? And they don't know what a trend is. And I think just using a moving average or two moving averages is just a good way to express a trend, based off whatever your particular time frame is, right? And that's trend is one of those subjective things that something that's in an uptrend to one person is in a downtrend to another. But again, you could just say, okay, if pick your moving average, whatever it is, uh, if it's red, then it's a downtrend. Green's an uptrend. I think it's a cool way to do that. Michael, a few months back, you mentioned you'd wait for Nvidia to go below the 8 EMA to sell. Yes, I did. I remember this trade. So that was, yeah, I have it drawn out. So yeah, I bought Nvidia on this break of 500. It's pretty um, clear trade here. Why I got in, right? Hit 500 a couple times, broke through on pretty significant volume. So yeah, I picked it up there, and that was my game plan to sell it when it closed below the 8, which was right here around. I think it was like 6. Yeah, it was around 700, give or take. So that was a great little trade. Um, but yeah, that's if you're looking to kind of do this in its rawest form, again, they're just moving averages. There's nothing magical or super special. You could just take two moving averages and just look to see when one's above the other, because that's again all the thing is doing. And you're just looking for to take a trade kind of based off of that. So if I had Nvidia through here, which I didn't, right, I you can see I had this drawn out as a very important level, this kind of $1,000 give or take level. But I'm not buying something like this into earnings. I think that's crazy. Right. You could be very right in this case. If you did buy it through earnings, great. I think you made like 20% overnight. Good for you. Very easily could have been the other way. So it just you have this binary event, and of course, as we know, in the after hours and pre-market, stop loss orders don't work. A whole bunch of stuff doesn't work. So, you're taking this unmitigated risk. Um, the So I'm not a fan, but if you were in it from back here, or even if you bought it on the day of the breakout, I still think a moving average makes sense. Now, the 8 EMA is not magic, right? Um there is no uh magic, right, to any sort of number of moving average. There's nothing, you know, we could go into philosophy with Loki's wager, but really what's the difference between the 8, the 9, the 10 EMA? I just say whatever your time frame is for your trades, that's what you'd want to pick a moving average off of. So you know, who if you're someone who wants to hold trades for weeks or months, then maybe you'll do um, like a 21 or a 50 or something like that. If you're someone who likes to hold for days, like I do, days to potentially weeks, that's where you could use something like the 8, or Steve likes the SMA and he uses the 10. Again, just nothing magic, right? So yeah, it's more of a because you're like, because it's a trailing stop thing. It should be customized to your time frame. Um, so that's the only kind of suggestion I'd give there. I like EMAs as trailing stops just because it makes it one of the hardest parts I find of trading, and the only thing that I think like really matters in the long run is can you hold on to your winners, right? Again, to me, I think that's the most important thing that you can do with trading is that when you have, because hopefully you do, and hopefully you do frequently, a big winner like something like an Nvidia, that you have some sort of plan that keeps you in Nvidia until the moment it stops being a big winner, and then you get out and you move on. Again, that's the hard part, I think, of trading. And a moving average, I just think, is a simple way where with Nvidia, all I did is I looked at the end of every day and said, is this closing below the 80 MA? No, then stay in. Yes, then time to get out. Right, and just it just keeps uh, the decision in which I have to make easier. So, I like simple binary decisions when it comes to my trading. Right, if this, then that. If this, then that. Uh, though I find the more that you have to guess, or the more you're trying to be super crazy and precise, and you're trying to really kind of hammer down all of the intricate details, like you're going to figure out something that the rest of the world hasn't. I find that becomes a issue. The other one is just like, there is nothing under the sun that hasn't been tested already, right? You're not going to invent a new trading strategy that's going to make you a billion% return, and you're going to make so much money it's crazy. And nobody's ever thought of this thing but you, and all you need to do is find the right set of filters and variables, and all of a sudden you're super rich, right? That just will not happen. uh, there's no it, you know you're just not gonna. There's so much computing power, and there's so much um, very smart people out there that do this stuff for a living, and they have all thought of everything that you're thinking of has been thought of. Right? There's nothing new under the sun, is a way to put it when it comes to trading. So, if there is no magic formula that's going to make me super rich, then what is going to right, without being like nihilist, right? What are we all doing here? Well, it's to find things and to find ways in to participate in trades as long as we can when we're right, and to get as big as we can when we're right, and to be as wrong, or to be out as quickly as we can when we're wrong, and um, to be as small as we can when we're wrong. And that's the end of the day, right? Whether it's revision to the mean, whether it's day trading, whether it's swing trading, whether it's trend trading, whatever it is, at the end of the day, that's all we're looking for is setups that give us some sort of binary. I'm going to buy if this occurs, and then get out if that occurs, and then get how do I stick in it in the long run, right? So for the buy the close strategies, do you like to see increased volume for the last half hour? Me, no, I don't really care too much about volume personally. Sometimes it's nice to see sometimes when a breakout's happen, but it certainly doesn't have to be there. That's something that's been studied as well. It doesn't really affect one way or the other. Um, so no, it's nice to see volume, but volume can mean anything. There can be option settling and buy imbalances and all this. So for me, it's more of just, well, what is the price doing, right? So one trade, right? For example, I'm watching on the close today is this Oxy, and the basic idea is that we know Buffett's been buying the crap out of this thing for a long time. We have an anchored VWAP comes up from the anchored VWAP pullback scan. We spent a lot of time above this VWAP. We've come back, we tested it once, and now we're testing it again. So my basic idea is that if we can get a push later today off this anchored VWAP, then I'm going to buy some. My worst case stop will probably go under these lows right here, and then I'll just look to see if we get a trend, and away you go. Right. So, do you know, like, Average volume, man. So yes, I need an average volume that gives me enough liquidity for two things. I'm not going to trade a stock that does 10,000 shares a day, right? A, it means my fills in and out are going to be bad, and then B, uh, it means that no one cares about the stock, right? And you don't want to be in something and you don't want to trade something that nobody cares about, because the only reason a stock moves in your favor or direction is that somebody's buying it after you do, right? So that's another thing that I like to kind of demystify. There is no figuring stuff out, because the only thing that's going to make a stock go up is if you buy it and then everyone else agrees that it was a good buy and then they also buy it. If you think that you know something that no one else knows, well, that's not going to do anything for you, because everyone else has to know it or it's not going to work. So, um, for me, that just comes down to, okay, I need to kind of have a game plan. So I need to have a something to occur that's going to cause people to buy my stock, right? If Oxy, for example, has done, where's the volume? 2.5 million shares today. So people care about this. If there's some news event or something that occurs on Oxy, then that's great. I don't really have an example of something that doesn't do very well, but it would be the exact opposite. A stock that no one cares about, you kind of need it as well, right? So I would say at least, I don't know, 100,000, 200,000 a day. But I'm a swing trader, right? If you're a day trader, you probably want to make that 500,000 to a million. It's all going to depend, because the shorter term your trading time frame, the more liquidity is important to you. I'm okay taking a 10 cent, 20 cent slippage on my trades. I don't really care that much about that, because I'm looking to hold for multiple days to potentially weeks to potentially months. The What I'm not looking to do is to hold things for minutes, in which volume would be really, really important, right? Uh, so something about the editor. If you're looking for a true false thing, again, I would just go into the editor. I think that how to do true false stuff is explained there. You go to your profile, you go to the custom formulas, and then you just go to the bottom here. Oh, and we'll just click on overview. I think it's C sharp or C plus plus language. I don't, yeah, so null. Uh, yeah, the C programming language. So if you want to get more precise about how to do it, you would just look up if then for C programming, and you can, or yeah, if then for C programming, and you can kind of do that. So if you can do right here as well, if predictive value, true value, false value. Again, I don't use this very much at all, just because it's meh, right? I just feel like as time goes on, I need to get less precise about everything that's going on. So how many? So you're just talking formatting there with your share size thing. So that's in here as well, but it's just your format, whether you want it as 1 or 1.0 or 1.00 or 1.000, right? That's just this formatting column right there. You don't know that? Oh, there you go. So really, I haven't had too much time to look at the market. What's meme stock doing? Nothing, which is good. Poor fools are going to get trapped in on this one again. Hedge funds are making so much money off this. It's absolutely ridiculous. So we have silver doing very well. That's a very strong candle, which is good. I'm long silver, so I like to see that. We have copper doing well. We have gold, oil. Do we see a theme here? Uranium. So yeah, it looks like a commodity rally today. What's the SPY doing? Not much. Qs, not much. Dow down pretty significantly. Wow. That divergence I talked about. So I talked about that on CNBC when I was on there the other day. I think I talked about it here last week as well. You have the Qs moving higher, and then you have the Dow moving lower. So there is a divergence going on there in which the Dow you can generally consider um, value type stocks, and then the Qs are going to be growth type stocks. And when you see that divergence take place, it might just be something to keep an eye on. Means people are looking for risk assets, which might mean that Bitcoin, Bitcoin's not doing much. We're still just kind of in this range. So how's that doing? I usually don't check on my trades till the end of the day, but I did buy a bunch of Coinbase the other week. Right here, I bought some Coinbase on this just downtrend breakout. And it's up a little bit today. Nothing really. What about Hood? I bought some Hood too. I bought some Hood on this break. And then I bought a little bit more on this day right here. So I'm up on those, but none of those are really doing anything too interesting. So yeah, I don't think you need the custom formulas for a lot of stuff that you're doing, right? So make sure you're looking for short interest daily with high share of turnover and volume. You don't need the custom formula for any of that, right? Just grab your scan, just go right here and type short interest or short float, add that in to whatever you want it to be, and then add share turnover. I think we just call it, float turnover. Boom. Bob's your uncle, right? Always look in the normal product before you waste your time in the formula editor. You can usually do 90% of what you need just in the base formula. Right? So if the short float is 30% and then the share turnover is 30%, then you know it's done right, at least to that as well, right? So you can just again uh, the formula editor I'd say is rarely needed. So how does VWAP translate and express overbought conditions? It doesn't. VWAP is just the average price of a stock at a certain point. Right. So if we take the anchored VWAP from this high, it just means if you started to buy the average price of the average market participant from this high till today is at about 1840. That's all it expresses. Quite often, you will find sometimes there are algorithms or people will use these anchored VWAPs as levels of interest, just like support and resistance to buy. Sometimes they don't, and they don't mean anything. But just like I mentioned, there's not one indicator that's going to do or mean anything really in the grand scheme of things. It's all just about making your trading plan. So if we go a little bit deeper into my thoughts here on Oxy, the simple idea was this area is has been, at least in the past, an important area. So call it, 61, $62, give or take, has been an important area. This thing's been in a nice little uptrend off of these lows. This 55 area, that's where they call this the Buffett bottom right here on Oxy. This is every time it got down here. That's where Warren Buffett decided to buy a bunch. So I just look at it and say, okay, right, prior resistance, support. We have an anchored VWAP there. So there's two levels of support. So for me as a swing trader, I just look at that and say, I think there's a 50-50 chance, if not um, less than that, but say a 40% chance that this will continue to act as support. So if I get some sort of movement that says, hey, it's time to take a look at this thing, I just take a trade. Because at the end of the day, all that matters, again, I said 50-50 or even 40%, because there is no, some of the best swing traders out there that I know, like Quaglemeyer, I think his name is, but dude has made like multiple 1,000% verified 1,000% return years. Where's my Epic pen? Maybe I've closed it. His win rate's like 25%. Right? You'll notice that again for most people, most successful traders, they're very much focused on risk reward. I'm trying to get this so I can draw. I don't know where there it is. Right. So let's just play this out. If I get involved in this, it'll probably be somewhere around this area. And then my stop will be somewhere around this area. And I think there's roughly a 50% chance that it's going to move up from there. So if we ever get back up to here, it means I'm risking this to make that. Right. So you can see if you're right 50% of the time, but when you're right, you make 10. And when you're wrong, you lose 1. Over the long run, that's great. So I always look at it to say, do I think there is a chance that I could get at least 2? So let's just say an entry of, just to make it simple, let's say an entry of $63, which is right over today's high, and let's say a stop of 61.50. So we're risking 1.5. $1.50 a share. So do I think there's a chance that we could get to 66, which is right here? Because that would be 3 or 2 times my risk. And I think that that's definitely achievable. And I think, if we end up getting 3 more than that, would be 69, would be right up here. That's 4 times my risk. So then it's kind of like pot odds, right? I look at it and say, okay, it is possible I could make 4 times my risk. So as long as there's a 25% chance based off these support and the trend that I think that could happen, then mathematically I should take the trade. And then it's just sizing myself accordingly to make sure that in any massive series of wins or massive series of losses, that none of those will wipe me out or make me super advanced, or super excited if I'm right, or super worried if I'm wrong, and take the trade. Another simple way I think to look at the entry, now that I look at this, might just be to draw a trend line like that. Connects these 3 points, there, and kind of here, and say if we can get above that trend line, away you go. What scan did I find Oxy? This is on our anchored VWAP add-on that we built in conjunction with Brian Shannon. And it's just the anchored VWAP pullback. So this is one of my favorites because if you just click through, DVN is another one that I'm watching here. I think it's going to be about the same. See which one of these triggers. I probably won't take both. I'll probably just take whichever one triggers first. And we'll see if there's a break that occurs there. Same kind of idea. Anchored VWAP from a major low, just pulling into that. It so far looks like that's finding support. And the beauty of this is you can see it draws the VWAP for you, so you don't need to do it yourself. And if you're a pullback trader, This is a good one. In fact, this is my favorite scan for pullback trading. And when we are in sideways or choppy or down markets, I like to look for these pullbacks. If we're in just a, incredible ripper markets where we're just, breaking out time and time again, um, then it's great because just showing you where potentially you could look to get involved if this area ends up acting as support. And then again, it's just I like I like trading pullbacks. I'm a trend trader at heart. I live by the philosophy that trends persist, right? There's a lot of academic study and scientifically done evidence that says yes, trends persist over time. Things that are in uptrends have more of a chance to continue to be in an uptrend than they do reversing, and things that are in downtrends have more of a chance to continue to be in downtrend than reversing. So that makes life pretty simple if you read these studies and you agree with them, and it just makes your existence easy. And then the idea is that we know. So if the idea is that things trend, and the idea is that if things are trending higher, there's more of a chance they'll trend higher than just reverse out of nowhere and crash. But we also know that things don't just move like this, that things move up and pull back and move up and pull back as profit taking and short selling and all that kind of stuff kicks in. Then my goal as a trader is always just to find low risk entries near the low of a pullback to kind of ride that trend. And the reason for that is, you could just take a trend that looks like that. You could buy as it breaks new highs. The reason that I like to try to time a pullback is that the distance between my entry and where a logical stop would go, somewhere that would reverse the trend, is smaller. So I just look for pullbacks. This is one way. There's tons of ways to do it. Right? You could build a simple scan that says, well, let's do that right now. Let's make this a free floating window, and let's just say configure, start from scratch. We could just build a very simple pullback scanner. Let's just say we'll use the 50-day moving average. I'm just pulling that FMA, and we're going to say we want the price higher than the 50-day moving average, and then let's just grab an RSI. And let's just say the RSI is less than, I don't know, 30. Make the price at least 1, and then we'll just put in volume of volume today, say 250. Right. So what this scan is, and we may need to tweak it, is essentially just saying, let's take this EMA. No, we can leave that. And let's just put in an SMA and then make it 50. So all of this scan is telling us is it's looking for stocks that are, oh, that's not right. Did I do that wrong? I may have done that wrong. Hold on. Oh, yes, I did. Here. I always test. So these right here are going to be stocks that on the 60-minute chart are showing oversold conditions, but are above a 50-period moving average. Right? And that's just, I completely pulled that right out my butt, but that's just, to me, a decent way to buy pullbacks and trends. So if we kind of click through this, you'll see stocks that are down probably a couple days in a row because they need that 60-minute RSI to be lower. But the blue line that we put in here, this is the 50-period moving average. So they're above the 50 period moving average. So if you're someone who uses something like a 50 period moving average, then that's great. So what I would be looking for is when I'm scanning through these is that the slope of the 50 period moving average is higher. And then I would try to take that and just eyeball these trades and say, okay, well, I just don't want to just use a random moving average, but let's click through these. And if there's something that has a level, I would be looking at these levels. Like this is 760 or so right here. You can click through. The Dow's right on its 50 period moving average, and it's oversold right there. That might be something to look at. Maybe the Dow is time for a bounce there. So if we take that out of a tree map form and just put it like this, we can just start to kind of click through. There's Hershey's pulling back. There's the 50 period moving average. You would see if that acts as support. Let's maybe grab, we could draw in the anchored VWAPs ourselves from this major low. You just click on the little anchor and then click on the candle after the candle you want it to attach to. So right here, so that's a moving average and a anchored VWAP right there. And we know in the short run, so it's a little bit oversold. So if you're someone who then takes a look at the chart, apply your technical analysis and your trading plan, you say, "Oh, I think Hershey's is good, and it's gonna, uh, for whatever other reason you like it, then that's one that goes on your list." And again, you can see how quickly you turn that into an idea. The I right the idea that you're looking for is you're just looking to make sure that um, PPL. Right? You're using a scan as a guide, and that's something that I talk about all of the time, but I think is an important moment to hammer in here is that a scan is not a trade. The or trading plan. A trading plan is something that you sit down and you write out, and it says, I will enter stocks when they do this, and I will exit stocks when they do this, and this is what I'm going to look for, and this is how much I'm going to risk, and blah, blah. That's a trading plan. You have to build that first. And then when you have that, then you come to trade ideas and you say, okay, now that I have this plan, now let me turn this into a scan. I think so many people do this the other way around, and that is why they spend a lot of time struggling with trading is they do a lot of, oh, if I just find the right scan or the right indicator or the right series of indicator, all of a sudden I'll make money. But I've already said it once in this broadcast and I will say it again. There is no magic way to do this. If you got really good at this particular, say this was your focus from now for the next 5 years, you just focused on this particular plan and you got really, really, really good at trading these pullbacks and this scan that I made, and you became great at it. That you are gonna. I haven't even tested any of this. I can guarantee you could make money with this scan if you build the right plan around it. I'm going to enter for this reason and this reason and this reason. And these are the things I want to see for entry. And these are the things I want to see for exit. And these are the risk I'm going to take versus the reward I'm going to take. And then you just focus on this and you just over and over and over again get better and better and better and at that thing, then you'll do great. There's no reason why you couldn't make fairly consistent money on a simple pullback scam like this that I made in 2 seconds. That's from whatever. But the reason I say that is because I think you could take any trading style, and if it aligns with your mentality, then you can. If it aligns with your mentality, then you can make money with it, right? It's the difference is not it's you, right? That's the difference between the thing.
Michael,
What?
can I break in?
Sure.
All right, take a look at Moderna, okay, mRNA, on that 10-minute chart, using the 5 and the 12.
Alrighty. I gotta put that back on. So this was the 8 and the 9, and this is the 5 and the 12, and then this last one I think was the 34 and 50. Oops. Okay. So we're on a 10-minute chart, right?
All right, so let me make sure you're seeing what I see. Do you see what I see? Oh, so you're using this little, what are the open high? You're not using the candlestick charts, but it doesn't matter, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's the same
Okay.
same data. I like the cleanness, right?
Okay, cool. So what are you seeing here? What, in your opinion, are you seeing here? I want
Right
to
now,
see if
nothing.
so you don't see that it's coming in. I'm not talking to go long. I'm talking to go short.
Yeah,
So,
so this, um, based off what I know, right, and I have more meetings with the guy, but
mhm,
this would have been the short. Can you see my screen?
yes.
That would have been the short right there. And then now his job would be to, if it does it again, where it gets back into the cloud and falls back out, he would probably add, but
Mhm,
his game plan would be to stay through. Now he does the basic trading stuff where he probably would have, if he saw this, he likes to, short pre-market lows if you're below both clouds and things like this. And this is the stuff that we'll be building into the setup when we get it.
mhm.
But yeah, the pullback play would be kind of right here. You could do a trend line break or whatever, but it would probably be on this candle right there.
So the center red line is what exactly? Is that
80 MA.
that's okay. Now what is the that shaded area on top, the sort of yellow, pale yellow shaded area on top? What is that supposed to be telling me?
That's just it's the same thing. It's just a different cloud. But instead of the 5 and the 12, he uses the 34 and the 50 EMA. But
The
essentially, it is
34
a
and the
longer term moving average. Um, and that does the longer term trend. So the red moving average, right now it's red, it turns green,
Mhm.
obviously.
Yeah.
That is the shorter term trend. And then the longer term moving average is the longer term trend. And he just likes to
No.
see those trends aligned.
Okay, okay. So even though it's on a 10-minute chart, he still wants to see the longer trend.
Yeah, he'll do. I'm sure there's some trades where they don't need to be aligned, but the idea is that if this is yellow and pointing down, and this is red and pointing down, then and again, part of this is he does this for newer traders, right? You can see this with your eye already,
Mhm,
as can I. That right, this thing's for the 10-minute time frame. This is in a pretty decent downtrend, right?
mhm.
And again, a lot of it's just quantifying it, right? Saying, okay, this is yellow and pointing down. So I know for the longer term, this has been in a downtrend for a while. And then, yeah, this is red and pointing down. So if I zoom out, yesterday was probably not yeah. So it moved up and then kind of chopped
Right.
around the pre market and then broke down. And so that turned yellow, right, way down here at 153 ish. Um,
So if you were to take this trade right now, I think the price is 149.87. Okay. I mean, that in theory wouldn't be a bad on a short, on a short.
yeah.
Where would you be putting your stop?
He always talks about worst case. He likes to use price action stops, but he always talks about worst case stop at the end of the cloud,
So
right?
so the top. Okay,
So
the
the
top of
top
the
of the
cloud
cloud
there.
right
Okay.
there.
Okay. Okay.
He'd say that would be his worst case time to go because that would be his trailing stop. So if he was in this, so say he took a short, up here on mRNA, uh, as it kind of broke pre-market lows or whatever,
Right.
his stop would be a candle close outside of the cloud to
Right.
the other side. And again, just like, and we had a little chat about it here in the room too. The the idea is um you're trying to just use it as a way to stay in. If you really nail a
Yeah.
trade, right?
Yeah.
It's like, how do I stay in? And that's what we were talking about a little bit here. Is I like to use that 8 EMA for that. And that's something I actually got from Real way back in the day.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it just like what mechanism do I use to stay in the trade? So he likes when we were talking, he's like, really the main theme of it is I use the clouds for trend direction and then I use them for trailing stops. And then everything else kind of has to have some sort of price action component
Mhm.
to it, right? So this mRNA, it pulls into the cloud. So then when it leaves the cloud, right, this would be the time that you'd be watching mRNA. But
Right.
you need that price action component to tell you when to take the trade.
Well, I like the idea that it's visual. I mean, you're right. You can obviously see the trend is down. Obviously, if I had another time frame, you can see the trend is down. But having it visually presented like that, I think, is a real help. And I think that's what people,
Yeah,
who
like
are going to be looking at something like this, especially if you're new. But even me, I mean, I look at this and I go, okay, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty handy visual aid to get me to understand what is kind of happening.
yeah, and I like so the 8 and the 21 is a pretty common
Hmm.
moving average set that you hear a lot of
Right.
traders use. So I'm going to build a scan into the system because we're not just going to use it. Ripster didn't invent an EMA cloud, right?
No, no, no.
Right. He just we're working with him because he's got 350,000 um,
Right.
followers, and we're going to build his scans in. But like I'm working on one now that's using this 8 and 21 that's going to be on the 5-minute chart and the daily chart. And some people may like that as well. I've been using this on my charts a little bit and end up liking the look of it. Um, just because again, these are two moving averages that I use. So
Hmm.
for my time frame, a simple trading philosophy of whether or not it's in an uptrend or a downtrend is just the color of it. So yeah, I like it for that, right?
And what's nice too, I because I see what you're doing is you can create the different combinations and then just uncheck one or uncheck the ones you don't want and just use the one that you do want.
Yeah,
Is that correct? Yeah.
yeah,
Is that
yeah.
correct?
So yeah, right. So right now you got to turn it off and turn it back on every time you want to change it. But right, this is still new. But yeah, so I just unchecked
Yeah.
2
Okay.
and 3. So I only have one checked, and I just put in 8 and 21. I use EMAs, but I made sure SMAs were included there because I know Steve and Andy they may
Yeah.
put in, for example, they use the 10 and the 20. So, all right, I talked about this with Steve, and I said, well, because Steve talks all the time about his 10 SMA play on the
Hmm.
15-minute chart. So he may just take this and put this in a 10 or a 20, and then he may go to his 15-minute time frame, right? And
Right.
then he looks for, and he hates pre and post market when he does it, right? So again, it's I like its simplicity. So I'm not being like disparaging when I'm saying, yeah, it's just two moving averages. That's
Hmm.
literally all it is. But again, I like that, right? So we know Steve, right? I can almost guarantee if we go in Slack, because me and him both been all over this SMR. We've talked about it on the podcast a lot. So when SMR here on the 15-minute chart, when it pulled into this right here, that's Steve's 10 period. I just turned this to a 10 SMA.
Right.
And then this one is uh, the 20,
20.
right?
Yeah.
So you say, hey, if it pulls in there, if it finds support, and that's again where the price action component comes in. If it finds support there, then maybe that's where you add. You take a little extra onto the trade.
Why is there not a center line in that one? Just out of curiosity.
I just didn't add it, right? So the center
Okay.
line,
Okay.
I could, right? I would just take right this. So what the difference between the 10 and the 20 would be like 15. So you'd make that what 14 and that 16. Right? And then I
I
didn't
see.
color it
Okay.
right.
I
But
got you.
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the reason. So he puts in the 8 and the 9 because it's roughly the center of the 5
Hmm.
and the 12, right?
Gotcha.
And then yeah, if you like the longer term, like I could see somebody using, I don't know, uh wrong. We're gonna merge these indicator panels eventually. But yeah, I could see somebody saying, well, I'm going to use the 100 and the 200.
Sure, whatever they want.
Right. Those are super common ones as well.
Hmm.
And then you just end up getting a kind of flatter cloud and say, hey, if it's green, then I'm going to look to buy, and if it's red, I'm going to look to sell, and away you go. Now, what I think people won't like about it is the fact that it's not a buy sell indicator in and of itself. It's it's just moving average, right? And you're taking your, you have to take your idea and apply it to it. But again, for me, I like it. So it'll be out for the people asking in chat there. It'll be out in the next beta. Again, it's out on the web right now. They're just checking because right now there's just a little bug where you can't change the colors. I brought that up to Tim this morning. It was going to go out this morning, but if I click on, right, obviously if you click on up color, you're supposed to bring up a little color changer. So
Right. Okay.
just little bugs like that we want to work through before we send it out to people. But yeah, again,
Okay.
I like it. I like anything that's simple and clean and keeps people, at the very least, I would say, if you find like you're somebody who's fighting the trend a lot, I think at the very least, a good benefit for this would be to slap it on your chart with whatever indicators make sense and just have a rule that would say something like, if green, don't short, and if red, don't buy. And
Right. Yeah.
for those people out there who have, they're trying to always buy the thing as it's tanking. It's like, hey,
Right.
wait till it turns green, wait for it to pull back into the green bit, and then look to get involved there.
Hmm. Yeah, no, I like it. I actually, I did try to do as much work on the weekend as I could by reading or seeing some of his YouTube videos, and yeah, I mean, it's I'm not a big indicator guy at all, but I like the visual concept of it. So, and I think as we're getting some of the comments, I think that people will like this.
Yeah. So there's going to be Ripster one. Basically, he's going to send me an email and he's going to say, these are the things that I want, and I'm going to build those in, because what I built was just kind of a proof of concept that I got together just by reading some of his tweets and looking at some of his videos.
Hmm.
So there'll be ones that will have him in there, and then there'll be some trade ideas ones. So if you find a setting that you like and you find a setup that you like using the cloud, certainly let me know, and I'll be building those into the Market Explorer, right? Because
Hmm.
you'll go in, the Ripster scans are there now, but unfortunately they're not really that useful until the indicator gets in there.
Right.
But under moving average, I'm just going to create a section that just says moving average clouds, and then I'll just build in a bunch of different ones there.
Cool. Okay. Well, Michael, it's 12:59 now. So thank you
Cool.
for actually, I'm glad. I really was looking forward to talking to you today about this because um, if we're going to, I mean, I know we're looking to sell it. Is this going to be like an add-on, or what do
No,
you think it's going to be?
no, this will be part of the system, especially because
Oh,
like if you
good.
just go to his
Okay.
website, he's got all of the things like Go No Go and Anchored View app. They're kind of proprietary um, settings, and Go No Go, for example, is a proprietary indicator, right?
Right.
We're under NDA of the settings behind it and all of that, but this is just someone, and he's like, this is how I use this particular thing. So great. So yeah, it will be part of, someone's asking, it'll be part of both pro and standard, and it will just be out there. Eventually one day you're going to
Hmm.
open up trade ideas, and you're going to, hopefully everyone's checking in on their docked channel bar frequently. And yeah,
Hmm.
there'll be a Ripster button right there, and you click that and we'll be off to the races.
Cool. All right, my friend. Thank you. Thank you again. And by the way, great job on CNBC. I didn't see the second one. I saw the first one. You look very comfortable. So I'm pretty happy
Awesome.
for you.
Well, thank you. Hopefully they invite me back. That's great exposure for us.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're
For
on
sure.
the website now as uh the if you Google, right, trade ideas and CNBC right now, that comes up. So
Oh,
the
cool.
SEO is
Okay.
great, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael, I'll let you go. I'm sure you've got a bunch of meetings you want to attend.
Oh,
So,
I want
uh,
to. Yes, absolutely.
yeah.
All right.
Okay, my friend. I'll see you next week.
Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, let me take over. There we go. I've taken... No, that is not correct. Oh, it is correct. I'm sorry. It is correct. I thought sober was what was the chart up. So Moderna, I'm interested in this Moderna as a short. We're talking to Michael. So I am interested in this Moderna as a short. I'm just getting back into the other room, the main room now too. Let me get rid of my... So what we were talking about what Michael and I were talking about is that ultimately we will have a Ripster channel, okay? And so for those of you, in fact, now that I know that it's going to be, I thought it was going to be an add-on. I was hoping it was not going to be an add-on, kind of like the anchored VWAP is an add-on, but it will be available. I just don't know when, but it should be, I think in the next build. And so this is what we're talking about. And, this is in its infancy, completely in its infancy, but this sort of a look, okay, this cloud. Don't ask me to explain it completely, but, Ripster uses this 10, for whatever reason, he likes the 10-minute chart. These are alerts that you can get. This is from the Market Explorer that are going to be close to the moving averages that we like. And so let's take a look at AEO as an example. So right now, they'd be saying, well, don't short this yet. Don't short. Maybe if it comes down in here and breaks below that cloud, below the low of that cloud right here, or this shaded area, maybe, but don't do it now. I mean, I know a lot of people try to time shorts and all, and don't do it now. I mean, yeah, nothing is infallible. It could work right now, but wait for a break under here. And these are just two moving averages, okay? There's the 12 and the 12 and the 5 EMA, and that's the middle. So the 5 is above the 12 in this particular case. But this will be available, I don't know when. Michael says it's sort of available on our website now in some kind of a form, but this will be available as a channel down the road. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually turn my 15 into this. I'm not going to do it now because that'll wreak havoc on my chart. But tomorrow I'm going to have these shaded areas, the cloud areas. Okay, so I'm just looking at your question. The alert system I'm looking to set up an alert price when an alert price comes back to the VWAP on the 5-minute. Well, the VWAP's the VWAP, so that's why I'm not sure. Okay, but you're talking about a bullish engulfing candle on the 5-minute. There's no way you can set up an automated way, in my opinion. Okay, Soma. I mean, you can set up, as an alert. These are the VWAPs, okay, the cross above and the cross below, and you can do the distance from, but these are filters. The only alerts you can get though is the cross above and the cross below the VWAP. Now, whether or not it's a bullish engulfing at the same time on the 5-minute, so here we have a 5-minute. So, okay, we actually do have an alert. I've never used this one. So we actually do have an alert, a 5-minute bullish engulfing. I didn't know that. a 5-minute bullish engulfing. Percent base. I've never used this, okay? So I'm not even sure what the percent means. It's probably some kind of a, like how, give me a moment. Okay, so that's what the percentages mean. 0% would mean that there was no match at all, of course, and 100% would be the ideal match. However, you may not get very many alerts. So you probably have to try some percent in between just to see. Okay, but I guess we do have a 5-minute bullish engulfing, and then you can, you could set up your filter then to show stocks that are near the VWAP. Okay, if that makes sense. If I do a search on the VWAP and the distance from the VWAP, so if you want something to be really close to the VWAP, it's, you can do something like that. You can add the filter. So the minimum might be, I don't know, minus, you'll have to play around with this. Okay. Hopefully all this is making sense. So if I do a summary right now, so here's the price is no more than 1.1% above and no more than 0.1% below. So really, really close to the VWAP. Okay. Well, the VWAP is the VWAP. Okay. I mean, there's no time frame. The VWAP is the VWAP. But you can do that. But then you can use that 5-minute engulfing. Give me a moment. As your alert. So, I mean, the VWAP is the VWAP. There's not well, for me anyway, there's no 5-minute VWAP. There's no 1-minute VWAP. The VWAP's the VWAP. There's the number right there, 2355. Whether you're looking at a 15-minute chart or a 1-minute chart, that's the VWAP. But this is what I would do. And you have to play around with these numbers. Okay. You want it to be really close to the VWAP, but on either side, so it's going to be very close, and then you can use that the 5-minute bullish engulfing as the actual alert. So you should see stocks right near the VWAP, and then you're going to get the alert that it is a 5-minute bullish engulfing. You'll have to play around with that percent. Okay, if you saw what I was talking about, 0 would mean there's really no pattern. 100% would mean it is the absolute ideal pattern, but you may not get very many alerts. So you might want to just play around with that percent. Start off with 50% and just see what sort of alerts you get. Okay. Now, as far as Fibonacci's are concerned, so obviously these are not good enough for you, the trader, and I cannot tell you, if and when we'll ever get. But these are you're talking about now on the charts? You're not talking about these alerts. You're talking about on the charts? You're talking about, I guess, on the charts, right? Yeah, I see we don't have Fibonacci's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when, if. Yeah. You've probably asked that question, right? And you've gone to info@trade-ideas.com and you've probably asked that question. And I'm sure what they've said as well, we'll send it to our development team, but I have no idea if and when that'll happen. Oh, we'll do that. I have no special insight into any of that sort of stuff. There you go. Well, guys, court turned out to be a nice little quick trade anyway. CORT, that was a nice little quick trade. It got up to what? 32.74 and now dropping. All right, guys, sorry about that. So Sober, I see Sober is here. Ah, I see. So yeah, Oliver, you were talking about Sober. Excuse me, right into the 200-day moving average. Excuse me, I see that AirJ got halted and resumed, and it's way up, well, quite a bit. It got quite a bit above the halt price, 18.99. All right, GME. Let's see if there are shorts coming back in. Not yet. Not yet. Looking at Interactive Brokers, not yet for GME shorts. Have I seen VST today? I don't think I've seen VST today. This is from Mr. Fred in our YouTube room. Ah, well, it's probably outside the price. See, the relative volume is 1.51, so it's not going to show up on very many of my scans. Now, this one only has a 1 relative volume, but it's over $100. So that's why it's not showing up here. So all my other scans have it are at least 3 relative volume. So that's why it's not showing up. Doesn't mean it's bad, but that's why it's not showing up. Yeah, I just got alerted to it too. NNE, it just showed up on my momentum scan right here, 115 NNE. So this was yeah, recent IPO high was up here. Well, believe it or not, just stick a price alert. The high, you never know. It might take it out tomorrow, maybe takes it out today, but more than likely not today. All right. So William says he will keep the room open, the main room open until 4ish. Okay. So I'll be taking off at around 3, more than likely, unless there are questions, even earlier. I know I've been taking off about 22, quarter to. I'll always stick around if there are questions. That is funny, William. Just an extra step. Unless you got to hit the shift key on your keyboard and just an extra step. All right, guys. How's Obio doing? Obio. It's got some room. Albio's got a little bit of room. I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, 726, it's through the 200-day moving average right now. Big day. Not a lot of volume, though. I mean, 128,000 shares. That is 4.5 times normal. So this does not trade very much, as you can see, if 128,000 shares is 4.5 times normal. How do you find this out the score of the stock? Okay, well, there's several ways you can do it. I'm talking to Mr. Fred in our YouTube room. The score is just a filter. Okay, so if I right click, configure, and search, and I type in, it's either going to be score. There we go. Stock composite rating. Okay, so I can either show it on a column on any scan that you've got. Okay, top list window or an alert window, or I just put it into my single stock window. Okay. Don't need the Pepe IPO scan anymore. Okay. So just type in score and then here it is. And you can either show it as a column. So I could add this. I could add this as a column here if I wanted to, either in my in an alert window or a top list window. I just put it in my single stock window. I have my single stock window up all the time. So I just put it here. Okay. So if you wanted to find the score of a stock, you would just, type it in the chart. And I mean, I like to, maybe you don't like it. But I like to have a single stock window open all the time. I like to see all this information at a glance that I like to see. Okay. Obviously these are just filters right here. Okay. All these numbers, they're just filters. You can construct your single stock window to show the things you want to see. Okay. Perfect. You added it. There you go. It's funny, Mr. Fred, for years and years and years, I did not use a single stock window. And I'm talking years. So, I've had the program since 2010. And I think it's only in the last 3 years, maybe 4 years, but maybe 3 years that I now I don't think I could live without it. Because at a glance, it tells me what I want to see. So that means I don't have to put all these filters as column headers in my scans, okay? All right, I'm going to try something here. Right click. Wow, look at BMTX going, guys. BMTX, this has been doing this for several weeks now. This is the first day of this week, but the last 2 weeks, this has been a pretty active stock. Well, I do this, Mr. Fred, because I've got the monitor space, of course. Okay, this is a 32 inch 4K monitor, and so I'm not trying to show very much to you guys. Really, just these are this is not a scan; it's just information. Both of these are information, and so in order to fill out the rest of the space, this is why I do it. Okay. If I weren't displaying to you guys, I'd probably have a few of my other scans on the shared monitor. I would probably put, this guy. The reason I don't is because I don't want to overload people when they're looking at this. So of course, you can always have my scans that I have on my other monitors, but I just don't want to overload the monitor that I'm sharing with everybody with all sorts of information. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is just go over my homepage one last time. It's almost 1:30. So this promo that I'm going to talk about, it's probably is over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So this is what I'm talking about. This annual 28, which will get you 28% off an annual subscription, either standard or premium. Okay. And this is more than likely going to be good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. The Barry 15 is good, all the time. Barry 15 will get you 15% off the first month. And when this disappears, off the entire year. So if you are looking to get an annual, and you can upgrade if you've got a monthly right now, you can use this to upgrade. Just give me a moment. I have to fix YouTube again. Just give me a moment. All right. So again, as I always say, if you're going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, please use whatever promo code you see on my homepage. This will really help to keep this room free. This is a free room, and the way it's kept free is by if you use my promo to take out a subscription, the room gets credit, and that keeps the room free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, that'll get you started. Trading 101, if you're listening to Michael in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, he created this Trading 101, a series of videos. Okay, it is free. Daily stock of the day video, free. Trade of the week is free. Let's see how it's doing now. I know it triggered, but it is very Bitcoin related. So let's see what it's doing now. Yeah, so I mean, it triggered 2175 was the trigger. And let's take a look at Bitcoin. Yeah, so whoops. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is not having a great, well, it's not having a terrible day, but I mean, it's not up. So Mara, is going to follow Bitcoin very closely. And so it was kind of up at the beginning, but it is fading now. I don't know what the stop was. You have to look at the email. I don't know what the stop is for this trade. So that's the trade of the week. This is the education section, and here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are the scans that I'm currently sharing, including the relative strength leaders is right here. The Halter zooms is over here. But you can see, these are some of the other scans I've got on my other monitor. The don't repeat versions and the repeating version of the 10-day daily breakouts and downs. I have other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them right here. Any questions about them, you can ask. Stop is 20. Okay, so a pretty wide stop then. Yeah, I can see that. That's the low of Friday. Basically, a little bit higher than the low of Friday. Okay, guys, Moderna is back down again. This is one that I'm really interested. I keep saying I'm interested in shorting it. It keeps having these little jumps. Such a psychological number to take out this 150. Yeah, what is OKLO doing? Yeah, I see what he's talking about. I mean, it's making a little move here, getting out of all this. How do you know what the 200-day moving average is for OKLO? Because it hasn't traded for 200 days. Interesting. I'm not trying. The 200 simple moving average on a daily chart, there is none that I can see because it hasn't traded for 200 days. So what did you mean by that? How many times a day do I refresh my connection? Not. I haven't had to do that for quite a while now. I haven't done it today at all. I've had no issues. I think a couple of weeks ago, I was having a few issues. I might have to do it a few times during the day, but I'm talking to Jay in our YouTube room. Would I buy shot on volume and put the stop below the level, $1? Well, shot is an emotional one, of course. Yeah. So right now, I wouldn't be touching shot personally. Okay, personally, I don't see any. I don't see any edge at trading chart or trading shot. But how can it? You're talking OXLO, right, Baba? Now the 200-day moving average is, usually it has to trade for 200 days to get that 200-day moving average. See, we have no data on that because it has not traded 200 days. That should not be, Jay. I mean, 5 times a day for you. That should not be. What is happening? I'm talking to Jay in our YouTube room. What is happening that is causing you to do a reset of your connection? And by the way, on the shot, I mean, obviously do what you want to do, but for me, it's not setting up for anything. I mean, look at up down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Some volume came in. I get that there is some volume that came in, but I just don't see a big edge to taking this right now. I mean, you're in a downtrend. But don't let me stop you. If you want to take this out and put a stop at $1, go right ahead. It's just nothing I would do. When it was happening to me, Jay, it was because my single stock window was not giving me data. So I could do one of two things. I could load another chart or another symbol, or I could go to the help. That is, I wonder if it's the build you're on, Jay. I'm always on a development build, so it's hard for me to know. I'm on this, what is it now? 5.6.91. But it's also a development build. You might want to just go to help and about. Okay. Click on from the toolbar, talking to Jay in our YouTube room. Click on help and then about, and that'll tell you the build you're on. Okay. It's possible if you go to the other thing is, are you using our web-based charts or using the legacy charts? Okay, so if you right click on a chart, is use browser interface, is that checked? So if you right click on a chart, it is not checked. Okay, well, I thought maybe it might. Yeah, so you might want to go to info@trade-ideas.com and maybe ask for a previous build or something, or explain what's going on. Okay, give them your email address. I mean, it's possible something's going on in your account, but it may be that I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that build, maybe with your computer configuration or something, maybe it's giving you a problem. I really don't know. But go to info. Actually, don't do that. Go to my homepage. This will be faster. So go to my homepage. I'm talking again, Jay in our YouTube room. So go to my homepage, click on it, and where it says help, click on the need help, and click on the ask, and then chat. Okay. And say, hey, listen, I'm having problems with this build. Were you having problems with a previous build? It could be your computer, but hard to know. Oh, for almost a year. Oh, there's something going on then. Yeah. So Pepe's asking, how many scans do you have open? How many top lists do you have open? If that's happened for almost a year that you're refreshing five, then there's something seriously wrong. How many top lists do you have open, Jay? Because top lists, if you have a big symbol count, can be a real problem on a system. Okay, well that can't be the issue. Just out of curiosity, in your top list, what is your count? I don't have a top. Well, okay, I can show you here. If you right click on your top list and go down to set record count, what is your record count? But that certainly is not a lot. Yeah, I guess the other thing is, are you using a Wi-Fi connection or are you hardwired? I mean, you should be hardwired, but yeah, 250 shouldn't. Well, that's probably your issue, Jay. I would, yeah, that's probably your issue. That some wiggle boss in our other room asked. Is there a reason why you're using Wi-Fi as opposed to hardwiring it? You're probably on a laptop then, right? I mean, it's possible that's the reason. Hmm. Well, I don't know. That might be the reason. Wi-Fi is. I don't know. It's I obviously I don't know what your Wi-Fi connection is like in your apartment, but because if it's been going on for over a year, yeah, some other people are Tony P and are yeah. Have you ever used another computer, another laptop? Is it the same for all laptops? If you have another one, I'm assuming you're using a laptop. You're not using a desktop computer. So it might be your Wi-Fi. I don't. It's impossible for me to know, Jay. Okay, impossible. I've got other people in our main room are saying they use Wi-Fi with no issues, but all like these configurations, your computer configuration, your Wi-Fi. This darn Moderna is just driving me crazy. I keep waiting for it to really give up 150. All right. Well, if you don't mind refreshing, then okay. Danny, how are you? Welcome to the room. I'm going to have to get rid of my bias of not wanting to short stocks under $5. Look at this summit from the 10-day daily breakdown. 298 was the original alert. You can see it was right here, 298 up here. And, other than this little area right here, this has been straight down. And there's a lot of shares available, Interactive Brokers. So, but I just have this slight bias of not wanting to short stocks under $5. But okay, tomorrow, bias is gone. And this is what I'm talking about. And that 951 short opportunity at 298. I mean, that's a great move down to 215 on a percentage basis. So I'm assuming now you're getting back into GME, that you got out of the original, which was a great run for you, Shady, and others, and now you're wanting to get back into it. Yeah, that's what I thought. New trade. Well, Moderna, I've been fixated on you for too long. That's why. I'm talking to myself. Sorry. Okay, guys. So again, good time to maybe ask some questions if you have any. I'm sort of in the middle of kind of scouring for something, but I'm not seeing anything I really want. I'm keep thinking it Moderna mRNA. If it really takes out 150 again, I might get interested. But I'm sure he did. Well, only child syndrome, John. I had to amuse myself somehow. So all right, sober, SOBR, still hanging over the 200-day moving average. Look where it got to 78.22, 79, call it 80 cents. And what did it get to? It got up to 80 cents, right? So you can see these on the weekly chart, these two candles right here at the tops, that's basically where it stalled. Wonder why I look left all the time. That's the reason. Ew, the LPA got halted on the way up. So this got up to what, $26 before. And the spread was terrible, as I recall. So here is the potential, guys. So here is your halt for LPA 2204. Here is your potential open in the 2290 area. Doesn't have to be, of course. Okay, guys, XPAL. Oh, I have no idea. I'm going to, are you talking about that 100% versus, it's not how much it's from, it's, thank you. All right, so again, so click on it, click on help, okay? And then this is what you're going to see. And in the quality column is the explanation of what 0% would mean and what 100% would mean. Okay, and I'm talking to Soma in our main room. Okay, so 0 would mean no alerts, 100% would be probably very, very few because it has to be an ideal and extreme case. So that's all I'm saying is maybe use 50% and see what sort of alerts you get. And if you're getting, if it looks to you like a bullish engulfing on the 5, then, you know, if it doesn't, maybe up it to 60%. If you're not getting any alerts, try 40%. I have no idea what percent to use. Based on, again, based on what you showed me, I really don't have any idea. And by the way, guys, you can see how this is working. These are all real-time alerts. There's ONFO, ONFO, all real-time alerts. This is all Eastern time, of course. Keep an eye on court now, guys, on the way down. They give us a trade on the way down now. It just broke down through the whole number, 31. Earlier in the day, it did get down to 28. The candle, that was the 9:30 candle. So it did get down to 28. And we're at 31 now. So it did drop $3. Yeah, so you can see that SMH is probably looking like the ARM, like the NVIDIA, obviously. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Actually, I'm going to be a little bit longer. What time is it now? 2 o'clock? Maybe to 2:10. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, I don't really know, Jay. Question in our YouTube room: does the market look more like distribution or accumulation to me? Because I'm such an intraday trader, I really don't. Wow, here's the SMLR, guys. Just made another big high here. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really look at the market like that in a sort of a macro. So I'm maybe somebody in our YouTube room or the other room or in YouTube. You have an opinion. The question is, does the market look more like distribution or accumulation? Not getting any opinions, Jay. Most are, intraday traders, so I don't really think that makes any difference. Boy, this SMLR, guys, I mean, the next high way up here is almost $50. I mean, there's a high here, 33.40. I have to stick an alert here and see if it, well, there's a high, yeah, I have to stick an alert up here. See if it can get up there, maybe tomorrow, because if it does, I mean, look at the, all right, so William in our main room says he'll step out on a limb and say accumulation. So if that helps. All right. Well, that's William didn't say it exactly the same thing about the range and all that, but he said, "Well, you must have heard me." So you both of you agree. I guess that would have more bearing or be more of interest if you were swing trading. I guess. Yeah, but that's an intraday thing, Jay. A big red bar, on a 15-minute chart doesn't. That's very intraday. Whether that's accumulation or distribution, in the longer term, I'm only looking at intraday. Never on a daily chart. Because, it could turn around here we have a big red bar. The next bar could be big green, so when you're talking accumulation or distribution, I'm assuming you are talking more in the longer term. Well, I wish that spread was a lot better. This would be a really interesting look. I mean, big breakout here for the SMLR, but 31.85, 32.29, that's a pretty tough spread to commit, but the room it's got. Give me a moment, guys. I have a phone call. Or no, I don't. Crank call. Ah, well, unless your name is Info Defender. Well, guys, I'm actually keeping an eye on GME for a break up here. Okay, that would be my signal would be about a 23.55. I know Shady's in it now, but my looking at it for me about 23.45 ish. I want to see if it can take out almost three bars, certainly two of them. Well, Moderna is doing it again. It's teasing me right at that 150 level, mRNA. Whoa, big Life Zone Metals, LZM, guys. Some volume coming in. Not a lot of volume today. In fact, I'm sorry, looking at the daily chart. There was some volume at the beginning of the day, and now some volume coming in a little bit. LZM, LZM. Okay, guys, personally, I have about half an hour left here. Okay. I'll be take off at about 22, quarter to 3. Unless there are questions, I'll always stick around for questions. William says he will keep the main room open until about 4 o'clock. Can't be too many more earnings plays that are interesting to you after hours. All right, LPA open, guys, and just got halted again. LPA open and just got halted again. So this one's got a little bit of room. ARCT. It has a little bit of room. It's at 37.60 right now. Looking left, the next high is over $2 away, about $2 away. Okay, 39.60. So it's about $2 away. So this has some room. If it wants to move, just not in my ballpark in terms of taking a trade. This is still under a dollar. Yeah. Does it look strong? Well, I mean, it's you're talking. I'm talking to Baba in our main room. I mean, obviously, it got way up here to 84 cents, pulled all the way back down to 45, and yeah, I mean, it's curling, but I'm just not into the ones that are under a dollar. Doesn't mean it's bad, but to me, it could stall at 53 cents. It could stall at 56 cents. It could stall up here. I don't have a good enough feel for this that, if I even thought it could run 20 or 30 cents from 52 cents, sure, maybe I get a little more interested, but I just don't see it. Doesn't mean it's not going to. The volume is not great. I mean, look at the volume dwindling. I mean, it's huge volume. I mean, 274 million shares have traded. 14 million are in the float, if that is a correct number. So it's traded the float about 19 times. You know what, guys? I didn't even see this, but I saw that our AI actually shorted, or actually, our AI actually shorted GME at noon. Did very well, 25.65. So kind of found a high. Yeah, right up here. Nice. I didn't even notice that. I was on my break. Shoot. Well, actually, it didn't matter. For me, it didn't matter. There were no shorts available for me at Interactive Broker, so I could not have taken advantage of it anyway. But you can see right there, there's that down arrow. There was the, but something was a little haywire there. Guys, I'd be really watching SHIM tomorrow, okay? I would be putting a price alert just over $2, around $2 for SHIM. See if it takes that out tomorrow, because if it does, it's got room to 250. And if it ever broke through that, up to 325. So I would be watching SHIM tomorrow. I mean, it may happen later on today, but I doubt it, but you never know. But certainly tomorrow, keep an eye on this SHIM if it breaks out over two. Court guys, really nice short now. Court, really nice short. Mention it right here, 31 break. This has been a sneaky one. This gas, GASS, had an alert at 12:10 again when I was on my break at 8:10, 8:47 now. There was the alert. That's that blue arrow. And since the alert, it's done very nicely. Hasn't had any major pullback. Keep an eye on the GME, guys. It's getting really close to that for me anyway, an important level. So it got there and pulled back just a little bit. Okay, guys, again, hit the price alert and came back down just a little bit. Okay, well, let's see if it moves now. Gas just made another new high, guys. GASS, another new high. All right, guys. Again, I'm taking off in probably about 10 minutes from now. So, have any questions? And again, that promo for 28% off probably is over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. I say probably because sometimes it goes on for another day, but now if you wanted to short Nvidia, you could always buy this one. It's only been the last little while, I guess, because this has been obviously Nvidia has been pretty strong all day until 1:45. A win halted on the way up, guys. Okay, this could get interesting. Yeah, this could get very interesting. The high over here is around $5. So AWI, yeah, right. It is light volume. The volume will pick up, of course, when it comes out. There's the halt. Okay, 448. There's a projected open, $5. Doesn't have to remain, of course. This blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. And if it is a 5 minute halt, this will open at 2:39 plus 15 seconds. So got to wait and see. Of course, this one a few days ago, back on May 15th, got all the way up to almost $10 before it closed down here at 6, dropped for the next few days down to 360. All right, guys, 2:36. I'm getting set to wrap this up. Again, William will keep the room open until 4, okay? The main room. So before I do go, I'm going to put the YouTube link in, or sorry, the main room trading link, main trading room link into YouTube. So you can head over. If you still want to talk about trading amongst other traders in the other room, you can do so. We'll stick around until this opens because this has the ability to have a crazy open. Very, very low float, of course, crazy low float. 750,000 is draw saying 700. We've got, yeah, 750,000. So anything could happen with this one. AWIN. All right, in about 45 seconds, if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open. AWIN. That is true. We'll see what happens when once it opens. See if get an explosion of volume. Okay, a little anticlimactic. This is going to be longer unless it opens really quickly here. Yeah, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, guys. This is going to be could be a 10-minute halt then. Okay. Usually there are multiples of 5, so obviously we're past the 5-minute mark. All right, guys, I am out of here. So those of you on YouTube, you got that link. I'm going to put myself. Thanks again for all the help. I'll get back on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening. We'll see you then. So I'm stopping my screen sharing now and putting myself on mute now in the main room. And now with YouTube, I will shut you guys down now.